Hi everybody, welcome to the stream. Time to pick up right where we left off, yeah? It is time to work on the final parts of our tile group load data class, so we can see today if we can get the actual tile loading finished. So right now we're trying to optimize a lot of the tile loading during map loading. And yesterday we made it so we have a save file format that handles that. Also, give me one moment, excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. And after we save them to a file format, which looks like this, we have to load, excuse me, we have to load this in. So right here, we have a tile group load data class that does the exact opposite. Also, let me turn the AC real quick. Getting silly warm in here. But yes. Today we are finishing up loading this file and populating the data structures that require it. And from here, we're going to see if it actually works. So yesterday, loading for campaign 4.1, this was the file that was generated. And today we're going to try and make it work. And so this load function, basically we just pass in these parameters and it's going to populate the arrays based on iterating through all those keys. I think so far this might be all we actually need, because if we look here, we've essentially accomplished all of that. So all that leaves us to do is, after we populate from the tile groups, we're essentially done. Now, we still have to read the file from the game pack, not necessarily from data file read. So let's do that real quick. So under pack, we have, I think, load pack. Is that right? I don't know if that's right. I don't think that's right. How do we use this? Because we have pack add file, but how do we... I think it's supposed to, like, extract it or something. But let me take a look. How we normally use this, right? We have gamepack.loaded, load resource, return renderable.load. Oh! Typically, we would call a load function that takes the information from the pack. So, yeah. That's interesting. We might have to deal with something like that. But I think resource packs also come with a generic reader that we can actually use for this, if I'm not mistaken. So, a resource buffer providing a stream with an offset and size potentially. So we could technically read information from this buffer. At least that's the theory. So I'm looking here. Get file buffer. That's probably what we need to do, because we don't actually have our own built-in loader. We have to utilize a loader from that. So essentially we're going to populate this file by reading the file buffer and putting it into another file that we load up. So it's gonna be something like pack get file buffer. I don't know if there's anything else in here we could really use. I'm pretty sure that's the correct play. We do pack.get file buffer. And oh, it asks for, okay, the file name that we're loading from the pack. We're assuming it comes from a resource pack. It's never going to come from a direct file. And then we do data file read off of a file that we get from the file buffer. So get file buffer should return a resource buffer. So we can do resource buffer File buff. Oh, it's OLC. Well, I don't need OLC here. But let's see. Initial value of reference of non-const must be an L value. Oh, that's right. We're gonna have to copy it in some place where we're gonna store this information. Because it's not actually a reference. And then let's take a look here. So we do have a V memory, which just indicates all the characters that are in this file. I almost want to say we just want to take this and... I'm just trying to think, can we utilize this in some way without having to put it in a file first? I don't think we really get that option, do we? Which is kind of unfortunate. And just to clarify, a resource buffer is just an extension of standard stream buff. So... yeah. It looks like we can also provide an input file stream and use it that way, which is kind of interesting because we might be able to just write it to or equate it to a file. Yeah, if we just have that input file stream like that, we could also link it to an output file stream and just output that to another file. I think that would make sense. I don't know if we can utilize data file read to just do that directly, because look at this. Data file read, what is it doing? It's just reading, where are we? This is not the right file. Let me go in data file read real quick. So in here, let's say instead of reading, see, it takes an input file stream internally. So if we can just modify this function to accept not necessarily a file, but any given input file stream, this function will be compatible even with the resource pack. So I suggest we do this. It will require a little bit of work outside of here because we're going to have to essentially provide... either that, or we could go the standard variant route, where this could either be a standard string, which would be the file name, or it could be a resource pack. Like, typically, with the OLC structure the way it is, right, we would have another function that contains the resource pack version instead. So something that looks more like this. OLC resource pack reference pack. So let's say that if we read this way, I think we can convert it to some internal input file stream structure to read from. So I'm going to take all this, the actual stream reading, and I think we're going to move all of this. Like, literally all of this goes. And all this is a translator between whether we choose to provide a pack name or a file name. So, internally, this one will be in private. And it will be a bool underscore read. I like to put underscore in front of functions that are internal. And then we put that in its own function. That way we're kind of drilling down to this is going to be the actual file stream itself. We don't even have to provide this now. We're going to require a file stream going into this. All the other parameters can remain the same. And the only difference is this will be a standard IF stream being passed in. I don't think it can be const though. So we're gonna do something like that. Input stream. Or actually, I'll just call it, well, let's rename this because I don't like, it's not accurate to call it a file anymore. So we're gonna refactor that real quick. And let's call it input stream. Okay. There we go. Good. So essentially we've got a translation layer from the public exposed read functions to the hidden underscore read function. So now we just call underscore read with the correct parameters. So n, comma, we get the packs. Oh, we're gonna need to make this non-const in order to make the file buffer accessible. So we're gonna call get file buffer, and then from that, I think we initialize the resource. Hold on. Something's not right here. Because if resource buffer provides an input file stream, get file buffer from file. What does this function actually do? So it returns a resource buffer with base file as the input file stream argument. So if we look back here at the resource buffer constructor, if we provide the file name here, it gets turned into a file stream. So we need access to that file stream. At least I think we do. Like, I feel like this should be accessible, right? Like, that would make sense. I don't understand why I don't just do it that way. So it's like, okay, return resource buffer. I guess my thing is, the only way we can access it is via vmemory, so we have to populate all of vmemory into the file buffer? I guess we kinda do. I kinda wish we can just... So we have like sputc, sgetc, sgetn. I think we would need to learn what these actually do in order to figure out how to utilize this, because I think what I can do is using this char star pointer and the stream size, we can supply the actual length of our entire buffer and just put it into something else, which might work. You know what would also help? Maybe we should read how a decal or a renderable handles loading from a resource pack. I think that would be very beneficial to us learning how to do this. So if we load from a resource pack, let's just look at that code and maybe we'll be able to glean some insight into how we would do this. So the load from file function calls load image resource, which there are a couple different ones, which is fine. And then from here it says, okay, if pack is not equal to null pointer, resource buffer, and then stbi load from memory. So it's using .data. Oh, I forgot that .data provides the raw array of a vector. So, can we send that to an input file stream? Because if we can do that, that would make this super easy. I want to try that real quick. So let's put the file buffer up here real quick, and we'll do resource buffer buff. And then I want to grab the vector, vMemory, and if I do .data, essentially we get it as a bunch of characters, right? Because it's string data, so the binary essentially just equates to what the characters are in that file. So from there, what's wrong with this? You need the file name itself? Oh, right. Not only do we need the pack, but we also need the file name that the pack comes from. So it would look more like this. S file name from a pack. Is that not right? No, that is right. The IntelliSense is just catching up on us. So from this data, this is an unsigned char, well, char star. So I think we can just convert this to an input file stream. Surely there's going to be some kind of constructor that accepts this. I would hope anyway. So we'll call this the file stream. Okay. I mean, it's not complaining. So that might be a valid constructor. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick look. So standard input file stream. And we'll take a look at the constructor. Right here. So const char star file name. Ooh, I don't think that works, right? Because it's expecting a file name, not like characters. If it's just characters, I wonder if we can get... Can we convert like a vector of chars into a file stream? Constructs new file stream. So maybe we don't want a file stream, right? Like, let's actually learn what a string buff is, because that's in under the hood. That's what this resource buffer is. So string buff is a basic stream buff. Stream buff. Ooh, okay. Whose associate character sequence is a memory resident sequence of arbitrary characters. Typical implementations hold an object of type basic string or equivalent resizable sequence container. Okay. So, does it count as like a string stream? Because that might be all we need. If we consider it to be like a string stream, that might actually work. Right? I'm thinking about that. Like, that might be the way we get around this, is... Let me try this. Can I associate a string stream with just the buffer by itself? Also, this isn't a thing. I think it's stream. Also, I would have to include it, of course. Maybe it is str stream. I'm pretty sure it's str stream. No, stream. So this probably just isn't valid code. Let's take a look. But I think it's called str stream. I'm like 90% sure. Str stream? It is. Okay, it's just the include is... Oh, stream is something entirely different. What's stream? Stream is the part of the input-output library. Oh, it provides string buffs. Input string stream. I'm curious about this. This sounds close to what we want. Implements input operations on string-based streams. Ooh, okay, okay. This might be what we actually want. I'm liking this. So, let's say that we can provide some kind of input stream. Like, instead of this being an input file stream, turn it into a... I guess it would be a basic iString stream. And from there, we'll be able to pass in both, I think. Because I would assume iString stream, or both ifstream and string buff can accept this. What is the constructor for this? It accepts... It literally just accepts inputs, allocators, string itself. So I'm thinking, okay, does a string buff count as a string? Associate character, okay, we read that earlier, but it says string buff is a basic stream buff. Classic stream buff controls input and output to a character sequence. I think this is what we want. This is like the key, how we're gonna like connect everything together. I think we accept a standard basic iString stream here. So basic iString stream, or even basic iStream, I guess is really what we want. And from there, we figure that out. It doesn't like this. Argument list is missing. Okay. Base or iString stream. No, I feel like we're gonna convert it to a string, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's probably what we want, but it says argument is missing. What is the argument? The argument is class char t. Oh, the char type? So we just put char? I think that's it. Because that's all I really care about. So basic iString... What is this? Basic iStream? Like so? I think it'll satisfy that. At least I hope it does. Oh. String I... Is that iStream? What is it? I literally had it open earlier. iStream... Oh, basic stream, I think, is what I want. No? iString stream. And then I saw iStream, so I think that's what I wanted to use. But it must accept something... Okay. That looks correct-ish. So we're playing around with this right now, but hopefully we get somewhere. So taking that, the next thing I want to do is accept a string stream from a resource buffer. I don't even think I need that anymore, because now, if this accepts the basic iStream, then I should be able to provide the buffer itself as the string streams thing, just directly. At least I would hope so. And then pass in slist sep and overwrite mode. So a reference of type basic iStream cannot be initialized with the value of type OLC resource buffer. Okay. I guess because it's not derived from it? Because it's a stream buff, so... You would think it might be able to, but clearly it doesn't. Although I guess that's not how that works, right? You have to pass in the actual type itself. So somehow we would have to get the underlying basic iStream from a standard string buff. Or something like that. So get allocator str, which is a copy of the associated string. I think we're going a little off the deep end here. I think just the character array itself might be all we need, because look at this. We have while input stream is not equal to end of file, get line. Okay, so can we associate, again, we're trying to connect all this together, a string, can we associate, like, a string stream with this instead. We should be able to with a char star array. String stream constructor. So default initializes the base class with the address of the underlying string stream-buff member, which is initialized in one of two possible ways. Constructs the buffer by calling string stream-buff. The behavior is undefined. So let's just try it and see what happens, right? Here's a char star, a char array, same thing. And then you put the array, the size of the array, and base app. That bit is not set in mode. So if both of those, or the app is not set, constructs the buffer by calling string stream buff. Okay. Let's give that a shot. It looks like that would work for us. So from the resource pack, where are we? Okay, so from the resource buffer, we can get a vector of the memory, use the .data member function, which should be a char star of all the memory from that file, the virtual file, from the unpacked resource pack. And then on the flip side, for the file system itself, we would get a string stream? No, we would get the string itself, do .data. It's the same way, essentially. We just call _read. But instead, it would be s_file_name. Now, I wonder if I should do c_str instead of data, because I think you can still do data, because under the hood it's a vector. I'm not sure what the difference is. There might not be a difference, but let's take a look real quick. Standard string data, because this is derived from a vector. Returns a pointer to the underlying array serving as character storage. The pointer is such that the range data to data plus size is valid and the values in it correspond to the values stored in the string. So it looks like it would be the exact same thing as standard basic string c_str. But let's take a look and try to confirm. So returns a pointer to a null terminated character array with data equivalent to those stored in the string. So maybe it doesn't null terminate it? That might be a thing. Also, hi there, Lucas. Welcome to the stream. The pointer obtained from C-string may only be treated as a pointer to a null terminated character string if the string object does not contain other null characters, versus data is just a pointer to the underlying character storage, which presumably, if it is a string, it should be null terminated. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna pull up my example project real quick. I'm doing well. We're currently working on improving the loading speed of our game by caching some of the pre-map processing that my game normally does. So right now we're trying to see about translating or reading from a custom file packing system called a resource pack, while still also being able to read from a file name. The function used to only accept file names. We're now making it also accept a file name from a resource pack. So we've kind of moved this function into an internal function so that we can accept both. We just have two different versions of the function. We're currently doing some testing to make sure that our C++ does what we expect it to. So I'm writing a test string here, and I want to know if the data member function and the C string function are effectively the same thing. So this is a string, it's just going to say hello. And I just want to output the results of both C_str and data. And we'll just use the debugger to look at what the return values of both of these lines are to see if we can notice anything different about them. Also, this window is kind of peeking over. You love the terminal? Oh, it's a, well, it's a window. I use Visual Studio, so... But yeah, thank you. I love the backgrounds and the custom theming myself. So I'm just gonna hit execute here, and if we look at autos, it'll tell us what it returned. So it returns a pointer, so we just have to peek into this pointer to really see what that pointer contains. So let me copy the value. We'll go to watch 2. I think I can just no, that's not what I want. I wanted to copy the value. I think I copied the variable. Okay, so it just pastes as hello. Really? That's how that works? I don't think that's interesting. The value is hello internally, but I want to look at the, oh, here we go. I'm looking for the memory view. Let me see here. Text visualizer, that's not what I want. Base 64 decode, URL decode. I just want to look at the raw bytes. So that's the pointer. Like, can I copy? Oh, there it is. Well, kinda. So I want this number, and I just want to add a... Okay. So I want to take this number, and I think if we do this, is that valid? Either that, or let's pull up the memory viewer. I think we have to go there, like in memory. Debug. We don't get to use this often, but oh, you know what? I think, oh, I don't need the assembly code. Okay, so we want to go to this address. This is the return address we got. So we can see the string hello is here, and it is null terminated. I guess, I don't know how... Alright, let's go to the next line anyway. So the next line returns this as the pointer. Okay, it's the same location. I guess that's fair. So if data and cstring both return here, then yes, it's essentially the same thing, because they're both even using the same pointer as a result. Like, it doesn't do anything special. They both literally are equivalent. Maybe we can look at... We could have looked at the source for this, maybe even. Yeah, look at this. Both cstring and data literally just do the exact same line of code. So that confirms it right there, too. Maybe we should have just looked at the source in the first place. Very good. Alright, so knowing that, we can use either or, data or cstring. I think I'll use data for this, just so it's more clear, because we're going to be using as filename.data here to read in. Although, for this one, this is supposed to be accepting a stream of data. So we have to, like, open the file, get the stream, and output the data that way. So it's going to be a standard if stream, open the file, given that file name, file stream, and then pass the data from that into here, assuming this does the same thing, which apparently it does not, but I know for an if stream, we can convert it to a string. At least I think we can. I would hope we can. I could have sworn we could. If not, I guess we have to actually get the data from it. So we would essentially have to do, like, we have get, right? Which would get a character. Can we get everything? Read? Read accepts a string and a count. Okay. We might be able to use that. Well, maybe not. I don't necessarily know what the first pointer is. That sounds redundant to me. ifstream read. So we're looking for something that will essentially convert an ifstream to a string or close to it. Returns the underlying raw file device object. That might be something close to what we want. Maybe a file buffer can provide us with, let's see, anything useful? Like, how do we get data? Why does vMemory exist in resource buffer? So in resource buffer, we do vmemory.resize, we seek to a certain location in memory, and then we call setg. I'm not familiar with the setg function. Apparently it is from streambuff, and setg accepts what looks like to be an iterator, or maybe, yeah, it looks like it accepts an iterator first and next, which is also interesting that it does it that way, and vmemory.data plus size. So if we know the size of, like, our file or whatever, we can resize the memory that way. Where did it get the size from? It must be actually stored in the resource pack file format itself. So I don't know if that's really helpful in our case, because we would have to be able to do that. Let's see how we might be able to get from a string or an input file stream to a string, right? Because if we can do that, then that'll be nice. Reading a line, because we could populate it ourselves. Like, here's a way we could do it, is we could just collect them all in a vector, which I guess is essentially what it's doing anyways, and go from there. Is it a little slow? I mean, this can afford to be a little slow, so I guess that's fine. And we can say data, and we can just say while... Like, we might be... Honestly, we might be forced to do this, if I'm being for real. While filestream.good, file stream or data.emplaceback. File stream dot get get should just return the next character. So we could do that and read in the file that way, which then turns into this being data.data. And then we essentially have a valid function that way. Then down here, we're just accepting our const char star of input stream, and we're reading through all that. But then why not just pass a vector in the first place, right? Like, that's essentially the same thing. I don't know why this is complaining. Oh. Initial value of reference to non-const must be an L value. Okay. Yeah, I don't see why we don't just pass in the vector at this point if we're already doing this, right? We're gonna have to do all this manually. So that makes more sense to me. Standard vector reference. What naming conventions do you use? Typically variables are, I think this is called, what is this called? I always get confused between snake and camel. I think this is camel case, like all caps. And I only use this for like globals and important macros. Or static variables. Camel case, snake case. Oh, so this is camel case. This is just caps. Snake case, I guess this is caps snake case. And I only use that for like globals and important stuff. and macros. But typically I'll just use capital letters for functions, like I guess that's camel case, but the first letter is capitalized too. I think there's another name for that. And then I'll use the camel case for actual variables. Oh, I use an underscore in front of it when it's like an internal function. It's like, this should only be called internally, so like, I have my read functions here, which are publicly exposed, and then an underscore read, which is like, this is actually the read function, but it's not going to be called publicly. So it's private. But yeah, that's pretty much my naming convention. I don't think it's too crazy, and I found it to work very well. Doesn't look too bad either. Very private. Do not expose, essentially. Too many arguments in function call? Oh. Standard vector char. IntelliSense is being really slow today, but I think this is what I want. And then we're going to essentially just read this in. I wonder if I can just... Because I was thinking we were going to do like a string stream just off of a like char star sequence. Can we do it off of a vector? Otherwise, I guess we just .data it. That would be easy enough too. Because I'm converting it to something we already have. Constructor, it just accepts the char star, which I guess is fine. We'll just do that in here. Whew. This is gonna be the stream itself, or not the stream itself, the vec. And we'll call this the data, I guess. And then standard string stream pulled from data.data. And this is input stream, which then does everything else, because we're expecting string stream to have all the things that an input file stream pretty much has. Why doesn't it like this? Namespace standard has no member named str stream? Really? Standard str stream. Define in header str stream, which I included, right? Oh, I still didn't do that. We went off on a tangent. We're like, what's an S stream? And then we found out that was for string buffs. So here we are with an actual string stream. So we've, I think, successfully connected both a file from a resource pack and a more standard file from the file system into one read function. There is no isOpen function because string streams are always open, I guess, so that makes sense. So we can get rid of that one. Don't have to close. And we return true here. There's never going to be a false, so really the boolean will always return true, as in something happened. So this can never fail. It can only return false initially. So this right here can be moved up to doing file reading up here. So how can we know if there's nothing in here? I guess it would be if file stream error, because then an error flag would be risen. Yeah, so if fail returns true, that means something went wrong. The fail flag gets set in a stream when something bad happened. And then I guess we're going to store previous setup state with initial setup complete. Once again. Wait, why did I do this? Because we're setting it from false to previous state? That doesn't make sense. Why are we doing that in here? This is... Set it to false so we can do our stuff. Set it back to true. Set to whatever it was before. I guess we added this because at some point we modified stuff in here to do that, which is very strange. I don't really recall why we would do that. But I guess we would do the same thing in here, is like, well, we don't even need it in there, really. Have you heard about that, a veteran developer for Godot saying that AI slot pull requests are overwhelming? Seems like people want to farm pull requests, so just prompt a fix for an issue and doesn't even test if it compiles. Oh, I'd probably believe it. I think there are folks out there who are under the impression that your GitHub activity is going to be a, what do you call it? Is going to be a valuable statistic to employers. I think that is very false. I don't even think they care about that. It's just a number. You can blow it up however you want. You can make the smallest pull request. You can do thousands of commits in a repo that nobody cares about and that are meaningless. And you can just bump those numbers up. I don't see why people are like, oh, I have to make a pull request to make it look like I'm doing something. Oh, I have to help an issue or create an issue and be involved in some project. I have to make it look like I'm involved in something. It's like, why don't you actually be involved in something and show, like, you're not going to... The metric isn't what's going to get you hired, right? It's entirely pointless. But maybe that wasn't the point. The AI slop thing, it's like... I guess I don't really have experience with that because everything I work on is solo. And if I were to bring, like... If I were to have somebody work on a repo that I work on, then I'd be like, well, I'm not going to accept any pull request somebody else gives me. Like... Yes, the project is open source, but I'm going to take what you wrote and I'm going to write it into my project. Like, I'm going to rewrite it anyways, right? Like, I would code review it. I would be like, oh, this is a good idea. Now I'm going to write it myself, even though somebody else wrote it for me. That's what I would do with my projects, because I'm like, I'm not going to accept something somebody else wrote. Because it probably just doesn't fit my project anyways, but... I'm not really involved in open source because even though my repos are publicly available, they're also on my own self-hosted thing, so nobody can like go in and actually do anything with it. It's just my stuff. So I'm the only one that can access my own repos or work on my own repos because nobody can sign up for my Git instance. I have to actually put them in if I want them to use it. Like, I don't know, but I'm trying to imagine, like, you have a big open source project, people are like, oh, let me fix something, right? And then they go to AI and they're like, alright, generate code for this fix, and put it in a pull request, be like, here you go, code. Like, obviously somebody's gonna have to review that and take time out of their day to review it. Because I would be like, oh, cool, somebody fixed this one problem I'm having, let me go look at it, right? And then be like, well, in my opinion, I'd probably look at it and be like, that's probably not how I would do it. Like, you probably didn't do it in the right coding style convention. It just doesn't make, it might not even make sense, right? There could be so many things wrong with it. I think a veteran developer could probably identify that pretty quick of any project. But to have it be overwhelming, if I had like a project where I had to deal with hundreds of pull requests, then I probably wouldn't even bother most of the time. You would need like, you would need people dedicated to actually looking at this stuff and only this stuff. You saw a PR in Godot that the OP stated being a beginner C++ developer. The PR had 3,400 new lines of CPP code. Clearly that's not... I'm sure no feature requires a 3,400 line pull request. Not unless you're just refactoring the entire project. That's funny. I love that. Alright, so... I've separated this, I've separated that. this isn't happy for some reason. So no instance. Oh, there's more to this. There's you have to provide a size for this char star array. So data.length. Size, excuse me. And you have to provide one other parameter, I think, maybe? Maybe it's optional. Standard string stream constructor. Oh, the open mode. So, can we do iString stream? Is that a thing? Okay, great, because I only care about input. So I'm only going to include iString stream. Alright, so that's happy. Now let's see what else is going on here. Standard get line doesn't exist, which is kind of unfortunate, but then I think input stream get line does exist. Come on, IntelliSense, work with me here. Oh, does this not exist? Let me see. No member named... I guess it's a little slow. Is there really no I? Oh, I doesn't really make sense, does it? Yeah, because it's like, what's an output string stream? That wouldn't make any sense, would it? I guess that's fair. I'm thinking like in terms of like input-output files. I think getLine does exist. I'm pretty sure. There it is. So getLine, and I assume it goes into a char star pointer. Wait, what? That doesn't make... Does that make sense? Let me see. What does getLine do here? GetLine extracts characters until the given character is found. Extracts characters from string until end of line or the specified delimiter. The first overload is equivalent to standard getLine s count widen. New line. Pointer to the character string to store the characters to. Size of character string pointed to by s. So we have to know in advance. I guess we could just follow this then. Standard getLine s comma count comma widen. I'm not familiar with this s comma count though. Like, how does that make sense? Now imagine a core developer having to spend time reading 3,000 lines of machine slop. That's probably why Godot contributing terms of service says that no AI code is allowed. AI code should not be allowed in any project without human review, period. Like, essentially, AI generated code should be literally used to generate code. It shouldn't be what is vetted as the code to use. A human has to go through and modify it to actually fit the criteria of a project, and of course make sure it actually runs on top of that. It's literally just an auto typer. To me, that's what AI is. It's like, can you type some stuff for me? Thank you. Now I will do the rest, because you can't think for shit. Anyway, yeah. So getLine, let's look at this example. Input is, so this is an iString stream. Oh, it's typed out. iString stream. I guess that's what I'm looking for then. Just an string stream. Yeah. That's really what I want. And then a vector view with an array char 4. So I guess as long as this is large enough, we don't care really. But it annoys me that we can't just expand our string to accommodate for it, you know? That would make it so much easier. Like, what does this actually do? Get line, right? Oh, it does do a widen call to new line, which I guess makes sense. Like, what does this actually do? Next character. Get a delimiter, so quit. String is too large, so quit. So, if you don't make the size large enough, it just fails. Which is interesting. Is this valid code, though? I wonder if it, let me see if it compiles. Well, we're still in here. This should not compile yet, should it? Element 2 requires a narrowing conversion. From unsigned int64 to open mode? Well, that's not what we want. That's... Oh, ICString stream requires a different... Oh. Okay, interesting. So we only want... What? We only want this? What is the constructor to an iString stream? Because apparently it's different. Standard iString stream. Okay, there's a lot here. Open mode. String view, like. Basic string. Basic string, string view like. So this might actually be fine. Okay, so I think it's happy with this code. And it now provides a translation layer between opening with the resource pack and opening without. So I like that. That's very handy. I just want to see if we get any errors. Data file is not a member of resource buffer. Okay, so now we're over here, back to our actual code. So in here, I want to actually work on this now. Instead of providing this, now we provide a data file read, load file name, but we also provide the pack. So we basically made this a thing now. So all the other code remains the same, we're just reading from a pack instead. What's that monitor? That is my SMX monitor, which is used for playing my dance games on. Yeah. So if I scooch a little bit, maybe this way, you can also see one of the dance pads. You can see like the little shining panels down there on the ground. And the other one is behind this chair. So that's where we do our dance game stepping. So that's fun. Okay, so here, these are all just includes from the header, so that's fine. Let me try a rebuild now. Because after this, like, we're good, because this just reads it from the pack. Now, it can fail, I guess, so we want to point that out too. We want to be able to return a false here if we can't actually read from this buffer. So is there a way to know if this fails? I guess it would be the same thing, right? Because this is a buffer, so it should have like a way to indicate it's not loaded right. maybe get file buffer would? Let me see. I guess this would just error out sometime on its own, if that were the case, so I guess this one would always return true, or in our case, always return read. Because I forgot we kind of like chain these. So return down here. Okay. Do I stream it? Yes I do. Yeah. Currently I'm participating in a tournament called Girlpocalypse. So I've had to do a couple of things with it lately. And sometimes we just play on it, of course. Good for practice. But we also go to the arcade a lot, so typically it's like back and forth, practice here, practice at arcade. I think we're good on the errors. No matching function found for construct at, so let's take a look at that now. That is from tile group save data. Okay. Oh. So yesterday I was thinking this had a default constructor. Maybe it doesn't. So let's take a look at tile render data. Oh, it does have a constructor right here. So we have to provide a tile sheet, a pause, tile sheet pause, blah 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 blah. And what is tile sheet data? It is a tile set name, the first GID, and the tile color. So presumably, while we're in here, we need to access the tile data. So that information we're gonna have to get from somewhere. How can we get from somewhere is the question, right? Will we have to store that data ourselves? That might actually be the case. And if it is, that's fine. That's just some extra data we need. So we might need to store that. We store a position, a tile sheet position. We already store... I think we already store some of this. Like we store pause... Well, we store a range here. There it is. Tile sheet pause, tile ID, layer ID. So the only thing we're missing is actually the tile sheet data. So let's add that information and then we can construct our object that way. I guess what we need to do is read these in first and then construct construct a temporary and move it into there. So let's grab those items. Tile said name. Like, I think this is just referencing things from somewhere else. So maybe if we can just store the tile said name, we can get the rest of the items. But then we might as well store a few more bits of data anyway. So under our save data call, let's go ahead and add those things in. We'll just place at the bottom here. So set string to tile data dot tile sheet dot tile set name, and then we have an integer, set integer or int, I think it's int, and then it's tile sheet dot first GID, and then finally a pixel, which I don't know if we have a conversion for. We don't. So we have to store four? I guess 4 individual ints to represent the RGB colors. So it will be... Oh no, that's not true. A tile color is an integer. So we just provide the N value. So instead of RGB and A, the N value is the integer version of all those bits combined together. Because each color is 2 bits. Is it 2 bits? No, it's, excuse me, it's 16 bits of color. So 16 bits plus or times 4, that's 64 bits, which gets stored in an unsigned, I think? Maybe I mathed that wrong. Oh, 8 bits, not 16. I'm thinking double for some reason. So yeah, 8 times 4, 32, stored in a 32-bit number. And we just stored that for our color. So then, whatever we do here, we have to do the opposite. We have to, when we read them in. So up here, again, we're gonna have to do like a temporary tile. So it will be tile render data, new data. And what we provide in here is actually all the read stuff that we need. So we would provide a tile sheet data, new tile sheet data, and read everything in. So that passes into new data, which is new tile sheet data, like so. Now, the order we read these in is important, so I didn't think about this part. Is we're gonna have to convert these. So unfortunately, these are indexed to be in order. So the way I want to address this is by adding an enum, because at least with an enum, we can confirm that what we're seeing actually matches the name of the data we're interested in. So this is gonna be an enum tile read label tag. Let's call it a file read tag. So inside of here, we're going to provide, we'll have one for tile set name, and it doesn't matter what these numbers are because they're just going to be used as the indices. So tile set name, first GID, and I think this is the smartest approach to doing this because that way we separate the indices from getting like messed up because we do everything in the wrong order. And because we're loading everything in a different order now, let's say we change this one day to add something like to the bottom or even in the middle, right? If we put in the middle, that's catastrophic because all these indices shift. So enums will keep them tied to a very specific value no matter how we mess with them. So that's the beauty of it. Pause. We have tile sheet pause. We have tile ID, layer ID. I really don't want to put underscores here if I can avoid it, so we're gonna try without. Layer ID. I think that's it. Those are the only pieces of information we actually care about. So with those in place, now we're going to go down here to the indices, and instead of auto-incrementing them, so we're going to remove this define, remove this variable. Oh wait, I think I did it wrong. Item index. So instead of auto-incrementing these, we replace them. Oh, we need one for each member. So it's going to be tile ID, or excuse me, tile sheet pause X. Maybe we do need underscores for this part. Y. We need tile sheet pause. Oh wait, pause X, pause Y. We need, well, everything else is good. Okay, we just need some extra members for those. So now we can substitute them in here, and that will make sure that no matter how we do this, we are putting in values like so. Now, I wonder how it handles, like, we're inserting into index 3. How does it handle all the other indices? Does it just put junk data in them? That's my next question. So if n item is greater than size, resize, insert. How does it serialize that? MV content is a standard string. I wonder how it handles that. We've never done that before. Usually we just add items sequentially, right? Let me open my example project, and I want to test what that does. I assume it just makes like blank strings or something, and it's actually not going to complain. But this is a use case that I don't think I've ever had to use. So in here, let's include the OLC util data file header. And let's go down here and let's initialize one. LC data file. I'm going to do using namespace OLC data file data. And do we have a... We want to test writing out, so we can just create a brand new one. I think it's OLC utils. Okay. And then we'll do data test, or let's just do it this way. Set int, exactly how we're about to use it. Let's just try like 45 in index 3. And then we're going to do data file. It's a static function, right? And we're going to write using data to file name test.txt. And let's just see what this results in. I'm curious. So I'll go ahead and run this program. Okay. It just finished running. So now let's go into... Does it fall under example project? Uh-oh. Are we running in... Oh no. Please. Okay, the problem here is that occasionally, if I ever tried to run this, like, game window, it's not even popping up, it's that laggy. Oh no. Help. It basically runs at the GPU's max possible speed, and yeah, that... As you can imagine, that might be a problem when there's nothing to display because the FPS ends up skyrocketing into the hundreds of thousands, which literally just kills the CPU and the GPU. So I'm trying to kill this now, please. Oh my god. I have to be very careful about that. I have to make sure... I usually turn on the VSync for my test projects, but I didn't this time. So I'm going to do that. Full screen false, VSync true. Okay, now let me run it. And it won't completely destroy my computer anymore. So yeah, this window popped up and then everything just went to hell because it skyrocketed to like 1,000,000 FPS and hogged up my entire computer. So inside of my drive, let's go there. Under source. If we go to examples, there should be an output test.txt file. And under test.txt, what do we find? We find a blank file. Okay, that's interesting. Is it just a no-op then? That's fascinating. I find that really strange. So if I do set in 0, does it work? Oh no, we have to actually put it under something. So it'd be like data value. We have to actually put it under a key. It wasn't under any key name. It was just standalone, there's a number. It's like, what are we setting it to? Okay, so let's look at the file now. Okay, so as I thought, these are just blank. So if we read them as in as strings, they'll be blank strings. If we read them as integers, they will be zeros. Okay, that's smart. I was hoping for something like that, and it works. So let's close this file. And so we can go back here and no harm done, no harm, no foul if we do this in out of index order. So next up is replacing this one with tilesheet pause X and tilesheet pause Y. And then this is tile ID. This one is layer ID. Then we have tile set name. First GID. And finally, the color. So the whole reason I did this is so that if we ever change indices or do these out of order, now it doesn't matter if I put up here or down here, we're not just incrementing a value in order. And so over here, we can mess with our values however we want when we're saving. Or loading, excuse me, because we have to load it out of order, which is why I did this in the first place, is because if I have to do it out of order, then that kind of changes how I have to actually organize my code. So now we can do that, and it's fine. So to assemble tile sheet data, again, we need the tile set name, so we're going to do data e get string. At least that should work. I don't know why it's not popping up, but I'm going to continue. Get string tile set name. Like so. And then the next element is the first GID, which is an int. Followed by the tile color, which I don't think we have a get pixel. Oh, we do have a get pixel. We just don't have a set pixel, so that's fancy. Now, does it do like it by index? Aw, that's what I was afraid of, right? So the way we're going to do this one instead is we're going to do get integer, and then we have to cast it. So we're going to do pixel. We're going to construct a pixel on the spot, and it accepts an integer as one of its constructors, which is, oh, that's the hex code version, so that's not what we want. Let me see what else we got. So I don't want, wait, what? N equals, oh, I see, it's if you provide it in hexadecimal, that's what it looks like. But equally so, you can just provide the int and it'll convert it. Hex is just another representation of base 10. So now we have the tile sheet data set up, but we're not quite done because we have to construct the rest. So the pause, we have to do 2 get reals inside of a vf2d. So this one is pause x, and then we have pause y, and then next we have the tile sheet pause x and pause y. Those will be integers. So tile sheet. And then after that, we have the tile ID and the layer ID, which are also both integers. Oh, I forgot to change these. So we have to fix that. So this is, I assume layer ID is first? No, tile ID is first. And then layer ID follows. Excellent. Now, it's still not happy with these yet. No instance of constructor matches the argument list. Oh. What? I put these in the wrong place. Haha. Okay. And then, and place back the new data. Cool. I think that's what we want to do there. A copy constructor should be valid here, I would hope. So we don't need item index anymore. Let me attempt to build this now. We need some narrowing conversions. That would be... Where's my cursor? It says element 1 on line 100. Where's line 100? Oh, right here. Element 1 requires conversion. Why? What is this? It's supposed to be a tileset name. Wait, but it's a string view. Conversion from int32t to uint32t requires a narrowing conversion. What? For this enum? Is that what it's trying to say for the enum? No, that can't be right, right? Oh no. Okay, what if I just make the underlying type uint32t? Maybe it just doesn't like that specific type for our enum. No, that's not what it's talking about. Okay. What else could we talk about for line 100? Other than maybe these ints are not right? Because tile sheet data, we have int first GID, pixel tile color. It has to be this first one, right? Like, but what would I convert to uint32t? Just the tileset name? I don't understand. Like, that error message seems like nonsense to me. That is so strange. Usually this has to do with colors. Unless it's the pixel. Okay. You know, that would actually make sense. Yes, okay. Because that needs to be a uint32t. Got it. I think that makes way more sense. Excellent, so our game now starts. That doesn't mean anything yet, because we have to still implement this load now, because we have the save done. So let's go here, and we're going to go back to our load or prepare level function, and inside of here, let's go down here. So what we want to do is we want to actually search for a file. We want to know if a file exists. If in our resource pack we find a cache file of this in here, like this name, whatever file name we load, then we're going to load that file and not do any of these steps here, because then the vector will be populated with the correct data if we've done this right. So we're hoping we did this right so that everything just works, right? At least that's the hope. So I think we're at a point to go ahead and try that. So here in the loading phase 4, this is where all this stuff even begins. We have our two array, sets? Wait, hold on. Okay, well, we won't even do that. Down here, we have our Foreground tile groups, upper foreground tile groups. They're like ready to be populated, right? So we're just gonna say if pack dot. Now I wonder if pack has potentially. Oh, how do we get? Is it game pack? Okay, game pack. Can we see if a file exists? Is the question. Add file, load pack, save pack. So I guess we want to know if a file exists. Let's see if we can add that functionality to there. To the resource pack class. We're going into the Pixel Game Engine file, and we're going to have to potentially modify it. It's rare for us to modify the engine file, but sometimes we have to. So how does adding a file work? Adding a file adds it to a map. So we do have a map of files. So if we can access this or provide a way to access it, we can look that up. So I think what we'll do is we'll return a const bool called file exists. Const. And we'll ask for a string, or in this case we can even ask for a string view. No, because this map of files requires a string, right? So it will have to be a string. I can never find a use for string view ever. I always want to try to use it, and the opportunity never pops up. It's crazy. So file name, and this is going to do exactly what it says. It's going to check if a file exists. Let's go to loaded. And we're just going to add it right below here. So here is the implementation of resource pack file exists. Okay. So inside of here we return if m or map files dot count is greater than 0. And we're counting for file name. And that's all we really have to do there. And if it found it, then we're happy. Okay. That's just being dumb. So now that we implemented that, we can go back to our Adventures in Listoria.cpp. We're going to do gamepack file exists, and we're going to look for the name of our current level, or excuse me, foreground tile data underscore the name of our current level, dot data. If we find that file inside of our resource pack, we're going to load it up. So let's add 2 string formats here. One for the foreground tile data and one for the upper foreground tile data. Standard string, let's make it const. Foreground tile data file name or file path. I want to stop using file name for things that are actually, no, it's a file name. I want to use file path when like we have directories involved. But if it's just the base file name, obviously we can use the file name. Then we have the upper foreground tile data file name. And we're looking for the same thing. So that is right here. Then we're going to say if file exists, foreground tile data file name. We're going to go ahead and open it up and not have to do this. So can we restrict this based on these? Like, I guess then we don't have to call set of tile groups, which is most of the processing, right? Like, Because we have a for loop here, we have a for loop in here, we have another for loop in here, and once we get in here, what else do we have? We have an if to find out if it's unlocked, which means that layer is actually available for processing, and then we're checking if tile ID is not equal to -1. So this is iterating through all the tiles at this point. So I guess we want to find out if both don't exist. If one or the other does not exist, we have to process, like we're forced to. So we have to say, or upper foreground does not exist. Both have to exist for us to not process and skip this. We just do upper foreground tile data file name, then do all this. But we could also just early exit here if we want to. I think that makes the code more readable, rather than adding a giant block here and adding an else statement at the end. I would like to say if both files exist, then we're going to populate both data structures. So foreground tiles groups. We're going to do a new call to a loading screen, not loading screen, but tile group save data class. So a new tile group's load data class. So we're gonna do loader, and we're gonna supply. We need to provide the resource pack, game pack, the file name, and the tile groups. So file name is right here. Tile groups. Now, I don't like this because it actually doesn't tell me what's happening. It's like, oh, we made a loader. This is actually doing something just by calling it, which I dislike because it's like, it's just doing something on construction. Same with the save data. It just kind of does it, which I don't like either. We want to have to call like a save and a load function so we know, hey, this is actually what we're doing. Would it be nice to have this? Yes, but this isn't actually what we want. Really what we want is like a static function that represents this. So I think I'm going to change this to a tile group loader class. And then we're going to say tile group load. Like we're going to say tile group loader, comma load. Maybe we'll just call this tile group data file. I think I like that the most. That makes the most sense to me. Tile group data file load. Make this static. Which means I'm probably changing the file name as well. And it's gonna return a... I don't think it's gonna return anything. We'll just make it void. And if it's static, why is it complaining? Oh, I guess it's just catching up. Like I said, IntelliSense has been slow all day. So then we want the same thing, but for a save function. So save. And we'll just copy all this over. And we'll pretty much be good. So somebody told me in a YouTube comment about like a week ago that inline is not actually required. And so I went online to look at more what inline actually does, and then I'm like, oh, okay. So unless we have like a variable that needs to be from, or like a function that's going to be in multiple places, and we need to reference one specific version of that instance function all over the place, that's when inline would actually be useful. But also inline randomly chooses between any one of your defined variables or functions, so you have to be really careful about using that too. Qualified name is that, oh, oops. Yeah, we don't need that if we're just defining it that way, do we? Okay. But yes, we have a load and we have a save for this class now. And what I need to do is rename this file because I don't like the file name anymore. So we're going to go in here. We're going to say tile group data.h, save data.h, rename to tile group data file. And once we do that, we're going to have to also rename all includes. So we're going to look for tile group data or save data. Let's see if we can find some. Did we not call it that? Did we call it like tile save data? Tile... So what was this called before? I guess is the question, right? It's a new file. Old file was tile group save data. Yes. So look for tile group save data.h in project. Okay. And for all of these that we find, we're going to replace with tile group data file.h. Cannot be modified. That's fine. Cool. Because you can't modify the project file while you have it open in Visual Studio, which is fine. We didn't want to replace those anyways by default. So I've done that now. I'm gonna go back to my load function now. And in here, we're going to now have to change the name of this to tile group data file load. Because like I said, the way we were doing it before, like, it wasn't really a function call. So it's really unclear that us constructing it is going to actually modify the state of our application. It's just a very strange way to do it, right? So if file exists, we're going to load, and then we'll do the same thing, but for the upper foreground tile groups. And after we've done that, we get to actually return here. So I think we return true to say this phase is now completed, because it should have set up our structures for us. And if we skip this phase, then we can also skip the next phase too. So we get to copy paste this and essentially do the same exact thing. And we've already loaded the tile data, so we don't have to do it again. We just return true this time. Or I could do it the other way. I'm not sure which way I want to do it, but I'll just add a comment here that says we already loaded the structures. In the last loading phase. So we simply do not do anything here. Okay. I just want to make that clear because I'm like, wait, shouldn't there be something in here? But I'll have that comment in there to tell me otherwise. So skipping all this other processing, again, will save us a lot of time. And then down here, we have our save data we made before, right? So if we do this again, we're going to now do tile group data file, save. That way we're essentially writing the cache files in if they didn't already exist. So that the next time we load the level, it'll use the cache, saving us some speed. So now the question is, does this loading and saving actually work? So in theory, it should, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to run our game now, and we're going to see if we can go into the 4-1 level a lot more quickly because it won't have to do all that tile processing anymore. We also have to just make sure that the tiles look correct, like everything's done correctly. And I would say they have, as long as we emulate the state of all of our tile groups correctly, which I assume we have. So One thing I would like to do, though, is I want to make a mention that these are currently being used for... Oh, well, these classes don't even exist anymore. The friend class should be tile group data file. That's probably why the errors are popping up, because it's not a friend class, so let's modify that so that they can access those members. And then we should be okay. And now we wait for our project to compile. It looks like I'm gonna have to rebuild already because the whole friend class thing, but I'll let the rest of the project build. We only have to rebuild the files that this header file impacts, so... Which might be everything if Adventures in Listoria... No, it's just the CPP file that's affected, so... We might be okay if we rebuild here. It's only gonna rebuild a couple files. Everything else has already been taken care of. Const resource pack file exists not found. Let's see. That's strange, because I wrote that earlier. File exists not found. Oh, you know what? Constable. File exists. It looks like it's fine. Unless I'm supposed to include the const here. Maybe I'm supposed to? Oh, you know what this is? This might be a different OS? No, I think every implementation, regardless of OS, uses that. I'm pretty sure. What do we got? Cannot access private member. There's a syntax error. Really? Rare. Okay. This just absolutely does not exist. So that's funny. Okay, well, just waiting for a computer to catch up here. All right, try another rebuild. Oh, I typoed it, that's why. Tile group data file is what we want. That's gonna fix everything. Okay, what's next? Standard format string is not a const expression. I agree. I need to add the actual file name. So it's going to be get current level. That should fix that. And then we have two more. Probably the... Oh, it's gonna be the same thing because I copy-pasted in loading phase 5. And now we might actually have a successful compile. Okay. So that's good news. So let's see if levels actually load properly now. That's the next step. And this is debug mode, by the way, so in the past, including as of yesterday, if we try to load a large level, what happens is it will have to go through all those for loops and go through every single tile on the map to figure out what foreground tile groups and upper foreground tile groups exist. So it would take a very long time on a very large map. So we're expecting now, if we have some cached data, the loading should go a lot faster, even in debug mode. So we're about to see if that magic actually occurs. So we're going to go into 4.1. And normally this would take at least like a minute. Like literally it takes a minute to load. So we're going to see what happens now. Does it still take a while? It looks like so far it's hanging up, so maybe it still takes a while? Yeah, it looks like it. But the question is, why is it hanging up or taking a while? Is it actually running these lines and populating these, or is it doing something else, right? That's what we have to figure out now, is it actually executing this code or not? I would say maybe it was a little faster, but I can't be certain, right? We're gonna have to actually try. So let's see. So I don't think this code is getting hit. It doesn't feel like it's getting hit. What I want to do now is breakpoint right here. And I want to see what those file names are, because if the file names don't have aren't correct, then it's not gonna work, right? So yeah, again, it looks like it took about the same amount of time, so that's telling me it probably didn't work. So let's actually look at the file names now, because that's probably gonna be the first thing before we can even enter there. So we can see from clicking the open level to here, it takes about like 5 or 6 seconds. Foreground tile data underscore campaign underscore 4 underscore 1 dot data. Now this is inside of assets slash cache, so I did not include those file names, which is probably what is causing problems, because I think in the actual save data, that's what we name the files. So save file name. Let's look at how, or what we call to save them. Yes, so we do assets slash cache slash blah blah blah. So we have to do that up there too. Match the file name. And that way it'll actually work. Then we're gonna go down here and do exactly the same thing. And now we should expect that it actually works. At least I hope. And then after this, we just have to run it for all of our levels. And then we have basically a much faster level loading code, which would be amazing, of course. So let's just confirm that it actually hits and enters that function now through even the main menu title screen. Because that level also gets loaded, it's just a lot smaller, so it doesn't really impact anything speed-wise. But then a level like 4.1, you end up realizing, oh, it's a very large level, it's gonna take a very long time. So here, that looks more correct, and it still skips, so that's very fascinating. Is that even though these are here, it doesn't work. So let's look at why, right? Did we ever add them to the resource pack? That's the first question. Is like, I guess we have to see if gamepack.file exists even works, right? So we're gonna look at that next. We've been modifying the resource pack a little bit, so we should have seen like files getting added to it. So let's see if gamepack has changed at all since we've started running our code. It's currently 64.9 megabytes large. It was modified at 3:53 p.m. on Wednesday, February 11th So we can see it hasn't been saved. So maybe that's our first issue, right? Is if we save into the resource pack, we have to call add file, and then we have to actually save the pack. I think that's what we're forgetting. There it is. So save pack has to be called if we add a file in our game. So we're gonna do this, and then we need the game pack's key, which I think we have to do via game. So if we do it via game, we're gonna have to include adventures in Listoria.h, which is a problem. So, and I think that's the only way we access pack key. At least as far as I know. That might be wrong actually. I think the include, there is a pack key include. So let's try this. Let's try include defines.h and then include pack key. It might just be a global pack key. Okay, excellent. And then down here, we would use that pack key, like so. Perfect. So with that out of the way, we're gonna go ahead and rebuild the project. And this time, after it initially writes the cache file, it's actually going to save it to a pack. So that's the key ingredient we were missing. We weren't actually updating the pack with more files. So the initial load should be long, like before, and then all the loads after it should be shorter. So, it looks like we're almost complete with this though. We're definitely getting there. Okay, so we should not expect this to hit yet because it doesn't exist, so it's going to run its course. But we should expect the game pack to now be modified unless we get an abort. Then we have a problem. Let's take a look. We have a mini audio exception. Really? Mini audio of all things? Oh. I wonder if it's because now... Gotta wonder if... Okay, you know what? Yeah, something's not right here. Like, we're calling load sound and it breaks? Like, why did that happen? I've never seen that before, so I'm a little worried. But in theory, game pack should now have been modified. So it's still 64.9 megs. It says it has been modified on February 11th still. So I don't think it's changed. Save pack, output file stream. Oh, what if it's still open? You think it might still be open? And maybe save pack scrambles the data? I'm starting to think that's what's happening. Because let's think, this is calling from the loading screen, right? So... you gotta think here, you can't be loading like sounds when doing this? Is that really what happens? Because let's see, what actually occurs here? We're gonna create an output file stream, iterate through the map, write the path of the file, write the individual data, load the file to be added, scramble the index, do all this, and then close it. So it's possible like the offsets might have changed, which would mess up the pack, so maybe you have to open the pack again after? Like you have to call pack load pack? I feel like then you have to redo everything, right? Because if you're trying to reference this in general, like open the resource file, read it the index, read the map. Don't close base file. We will provide a stream pointer when the file is requested. See, that's fascinating. I guess the file does stay open. So do we have to like close the resource pack first? That's interesting. How do we handle this? Let's go back to here and we're going to go to pack dot. We're looking for save pack, load pack. I think we have to do that again. Like, it's clear that something like that seems to be messing it up. So I'm gonna try it and hope that it actually fixes it. Also, it's saying it's not loaded, so... I just find that interesting, but maybe that's just how it's designed. At least I'm hoping that is, because the audio being affected is concerning, but that could be like anything that comes from that pack. It's like, oh, I'm looking for this audio file, try to load it. It might be a different location now inside of that resource pack. So maybe that's what messes it up, and then it gets invalid corrupted data for the music. So right now it says nothing exists, which I think is fair. It's save pack, and it looks like load pack failed. Access violation reading location. Okay. Intro map.data. Says trying to load what? Oh. Oh no. Don't do that. Don't save the pack as save file name. Wait, what's going on? Okay, hold on. I messed up. The pack is not save. Yes, we call add file, but we save pack with the save file name. Okay, that's where I goofed. So we made a new random pack name that we should not have. Let's see. So we have to fix that for sure. So it's assets plus game pack file. So that's going to be the actual pack name that we care about. So it's going to look like that. Okay. Good catch. I didn't even think about that. Let's try that again. And maybe it'll actually overwrite the correct file. And maybe we'll be okay now. So here's my... Okay, so then here's my theory, right? So does the game pack itself... It has like a base file, right? Like resource pack. So if we reference this pack... Let's see, it stores the base file, and then we specify a different file when we call save pack. What happens? Right? Or maybe not base file, but then we call load pack with a different file name. Basefile.open. Try to read that, but then it's gonna read it for... And it's the same resource pack, so now it's just an entirely different thing. So the audio data did not exist in the new resource pack that we made. So that would actually make sense. Okay, this is still causing problems. Access violation again, when we tried to call load pack. But maybe that's because we've already loaded it. So let me see here again, one more time. So the way we do this is we call load pack on user create. This one is called, I guess, an on user create as well. So we already loaded the pack by the time we got to here. And then we say, if it hasn't been loaded, try loading it again. So do we need a way to unload it so we're not causing problems? Or do we just call save pack, but we don't have to call load pack because add file already does it live? I think add file does it live, so we don't have to actually call load pack again. Why did we do that before, though? Maybe because it was safe to do so? I don't know, that's really strange, isn't it? But in here I can see the array does get handled right, so I think it kind of does 2 for 1. It does the array add, plus it does, or the map add, plus it does the actual file saving. So we're in here again. And once again, we don't have an actual thing here. So the game actually runs now, which is great. It's not freaking out. Game pack did get updated. It added an extra 0.2 megabytes, so we know for sure it's now updated. So that's excellent. And I believe every time we have to create these, then we're going to update that pack again. So that's good. At least I thought it was good, but we're running into another issue with mini audio. So, is it the same issue, basically? Yeah, once again, it's trying to load something and saying that load sound is failing because it can't find it. And I assume it's calling load sound for... Let me see. Like, are we in the... Let's see, let's go to load sound real quick. Vex sounds. So these two are now null, which is interesting. I'm gonna guess they've become corrupted in the middle of us saving the pack. So how would we do this? We'd add to the pack file, save the pack at the end of the game? That way things don't get corrupted? That might be the way to do it. Because I don't know if adding to a file live affects it. I want to say it doesn't, but I could be wrong. But definitely saving the pack right there apparently affects it. So when would we do it, right? Maybe we would do it after the fact? Maybe. I'm down to try it. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure why it's happening right now. I just have some theories of like, oh, it's like messing with the data live. Like, so when it's trying to read it, it's already grabbed some data. Like, I'm trying to imagine what would happen to this memory by writing to it mid-load. Because I think the key is we're writing to a mid-load, which is the biggest issue. Get rid of this, please. Okay. So this time the file exists, so we're actually expecting it to use that data. And we can abort now, so that's also interesting. Let's see what happened. Unknown key group 0 found while trying to load cache? Oh. That might be a fault of my own for not... Oops. So if key is equal to group, that's actually what we need. We need to go in group. So, iterate through these. New group has 2 sets of keys. Right? Because when we initially go through these, it'll just say like group whatever. Group has data and tile render data. This won't be a thing. I think. Yeah, we're under the assumption that both key, like data, and tile render data both exist. we would have to iterate a second time inside of whatever key we get in order to do this, and it will actually work. So really, it's going to be a for loop in a for loop. So I'm just going to call this the group key, because that's actually what it is. So this is iterate through groups. And this one's iterate through properties of groups. All right. Taking this, we need to actually change key a little bit. Well, no, because I think we do group key, data, group key, and that'll get us the next key, which then we pass in here, and that would work. At least in theory, that would work. So I guess I'm wondering, is this just gonna return the bear key, or is it gonna return everything? I think it's only gonna return the bear key, so I need to change this to be the new data. I think that's what I would have to do. So I'm just gonna organize this as data file reference, group key? No, not group key. I guess prop data? Yeah. I think that's a fair name for it. So it's going to be data group key key. And then from there, we replace all these data entries with prop data. So yeah, I did this a little wrong, but it's okay. Nothing a little fixing can't take care of it. Oops, and this got auto-replaced. That's wonderful. Yeah. Got a little messy, but we're okay. Let's try that again. After writing a lot of code, debugging it usually is the next step, because if you haven't tested it, if you couldn't test it because your project wasn't in a buildable state, if you've got large moving parts, typically you have to run it and test it and fix all the bugs in it as you go along, because you usually don't catch all of them naturally when you first build it. So it's only natural that stuff like this happens. Okay, so we're in here. We're gonna do this again. Again, abort again. Warning, key data does not exist in data file? Okay. So that's under here. At this point, prop data is... okay, all the numbers. So key was data. So it's just... oh, prop data is the data. So we don't have to... if key is equal to data, just do prop data. Okay. Yes, that makes more sense. Because we're already checking for key, so it's like... we don't need extra stuff in here. Prop data, key. with just prop data. Okay. Is this the final build? The final run that actually will make everything work? Hopefully nothing else breaks, right? I just have to figure out that, like, save pack thing, because that's interesting. We do eventually have to save the pack. We could do it on game close. It's a possibility, but in theory, we should never have to save the cache ourselves, because we're gonna be doing it, like, before we start the actual game. We'll do it for the player, so the player doesn't have to run into this issue. Tile render data 0, not found. What? Oh, shoot. I messed that up, I guess. Find and replace messes up everything. God. And then, oh my gosh, I see this variable name's wrong too. I don't like that. Everything's just wrong. Okay. I think it was case insensitive, and that's not good. Usually I want to match case. I don't know. It just depends on the context. Sometimes match case is good, sometimes it's not. Anywho, we're gonna give this another shot. Okay, we have an access violation. Oh boy. Okay, so now we're into the nitty-gritty of trying to actually read this. Data is apparently empty, so that can't be good. S file name is assets/cache / upper foreground tile data _ intro _ map.data. And then we're trying to read in the V memory for it. So apparently that's empty. I wonder why. I'll be right back. So, it looks like maybe our approach to doing this is wrong. I guess we're gonna find out now, because here's pack. We can get the file buffer of any particular file name from it, but in this case it's returning something wrong, which is strange. I assume it's in here though. It's... Let me copy that real quick. We'll just search pack. We're looking for assets/cache. It was either intro map or world map, right? I think those were the only ones. Yeah, because this is ordered. So intro map, that data. Oh, apparently is nothing. So vMemory is empty because it's 0. So does this break because it's empty? I guess if data is size 0, we just return, like there's nothing to read? Huh. That's interesting. If data.size is equal to 0, return true? Nothing to read? Yeah. Or is it the responsibility of this to return early? I think it's the responsibility of that to return early. If we get here and there's nothing to read, we're actually gonna error out because we got blank data. Warning. Nothing to read when trying to open or when trying to read from data file. Yeah, like we should be expecting data at this point. If not, these should return early. So, oh shoot. I deleted the thing. I should have copied it first. So yes. So we initially do error handling here, where we return true if buff.vmemory.size is equal to 0. And we also return true if the data here ends up being 0, although this is an actual file name, so I don't know. Let's do that anyways, right? If data.size is equal to 0, also return true. Okay. I'm assuming since we got the error on the upper foreground one, the lower foreground one actually worked and it had content in it. So I'm not worried about it like not working at all. It's just we had an edge case where if there's no data, apparently we expect data, and if data messes up if there's nothing in there. Maybe because it's like trying to find a null character or trying to allocate 0, which doesn't make any sense, right? So, yeah, that might actually be a thing. Let's hope this is the fix we're looking for. But so far, everything seems to be going according to plan in terms of we're actually getting the reading down. It's reading what it's supposed to. And so we might be very close to being done. We just have to then run this like loading for every single file, like map file, to grab all these cached files for the future. And then naturally, in the future, we'll also load or create caches for any new files, so that in the end, when the player receives our game, they already have all these maps preloaded, and then they don't have to wait in terms of long load times anymore. So I'm hoping that that's like the ultimate goal, right? This is supposed to reduce a lot of the load times when it comes to those very expensive preloading functions, because it's all now cached. So that's what we expect. And it looks like it loaded there, so that's good. We're gonna keep going. Every time we load a level, these breakpoints pop up. So now I think we can confirm this works fine. So we're gonna try it on this level, which also has preloaded files. And we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully it just works. Okay. I mean, it's still, at least it feels like it still takes a while. Maybe not as long, but definitely still a while, right? I'm wondering if it's those actual load functions that take a while. I'm curious about the performance of those, right? Like that's my next question. Is it taking a while because it didn't work, or is it taking a while because those actually are expensive functions? And then if they are expensive, can we improve them, right? That would be the next thing. It's like, okay, so it takes about 9 seconds to even get to this line of code, which tells me there's quite a bit else going on that we probably should check out. So I'm gonna hit load here. So that took about a second. And that one took about a second. So those functions actually cause the preloading to be very fast. I just want to see if the level loads proper, which I assume it does. I don't think we actually have issues there. Oh. All the tiles are invisible. Well, that's not good, is it? And those tiles are white? Why? What? Okay, interesting. So it doesn't quite work in the sense of the map is not actually correct. So that would be the next thing to worry about, on top of it actually loading. So now my question is, what makes this all take a while outside of just this function right here? Like, is it this phase or this phase, right? So what I want to do is I want to put a breakpoint between, let's say here is phase 1, right before it returns. Phase 2. Phase 3. And phase 3.5. So up until phase 4, that's all not pre-cached, so let's see. So that one runs immediately, that makes sense. The next phase starts immediately. Next one starts immediately. Oh, interesting. Minimap.reset takes a while. Like, a long while. I wonder why that is. That was a long time. So, let's see here. I personally thought that this wasn't going to be expensive, but apparently it is. So I kind of want to profile this, only this phase of loading and see if we can improve it. Because what it does is it's generating the minimap. The minimap messes with a ton of data, and that seems to be affecting it. So let's take a look at that next. I'm going to get back to this phase, and then we're going to profile it, essentially. Because for a very large map, this is the perfect time to get a good sample size of like, oh, this is how long this actually takes to load. So this is very good for us. to see what is happening. So whatever this thing's trying to do, it's taking a heck of a long time. So we're gonna find out. So you can see we basically get to this phase immediately. I'm also gonna cut it off when we reach phase 4. Or maybe on the return true. The return true makes more sense. So we're gonna go to our diagnostic tools again, and we're gonna profile it by turning on the CPU usage profiler. And then we're gonna go ahead and run our program. And once it hits the next breakpoint, we can stop the profiler and take a look at our results. Yes, so let's take a look. Open details. Let's go to the call tree. And we're gonna look at the main game thread. Under here, let's go to... So we got 5,711 calls to update chunk. That is clearly the function that is causing the most problems. We got about 8.5% on minimap chunk size, which is a pretty respectable amount. Let me move this over here, actually. So this is... It's dividing by reading an integer from a config value, which shouldn't be too bad, but can be cached. So that's the thing. If we cache that, it'll probably be a lot better. Because that's never going to change. We can see here we got 2 more. These are all like string manipulation things, so that kind of makes sense. That would be a very easy fix. And then we have this down here too. I assume all these calls are the reason why we're having problems. If we expand the hot path further, I assume it has to do with these string conversions. So operator I, as we expected, is the suspect. Substring. Yes. Okay. I mean, that's very fair. So if we were to cache these values, we would see a lot of speed increases there. And that's the majority of it, honestly. I thought it was going to be like manipulating pixel values or whatever, but no, not really. It's just caching those values, so we can do that ourselves by creating some static variables local to this function, because they're never going to change. So once we get them once, we can store them for the entirety of calling this thing. So minimap chunk size, again, that's something we can read in once and be done with. So where should I store it is the question. Because this is minimap, so maybe we store it when we initialize the minimap. So in the minimap header file, let's add some static variables that are going to store these things, because we have to wait until the configuration phase of the game before we can properly store these. Because something might not necessarily be loaded yet, so then we can't reference valid configuration values. So the way to properly do this is to store them as static variables in here, and grab them on initialization after the configuration file has been loaded. So again, going back to reset. Okay, so it all starts right around here with minimap chunk size. So that's what I'm going to call this first one. It's an integer minimap chunk size. And I guess we could inline it too. If I inline it, I can define it here, which should be fine, I believe. Then we have Minimap. Map Explorer Transparency. That is supposed to be a uint AT, which is interesting. Okay, I'll just leave it as an int though, because that's what we read it in as. And then we also have minimap HUD size. Minimap HUD size. Player minimap image size. Anything else? Well, it's an array, but it reads off as an integer. Oh wait, that's in draw, so that part actually doesn't matter. At least not too much. I think we're good there. So let's go ahead and try to run these now, or initialize these. So there's an initialize function, and we can go ahead and set those values here. So we'll do minimap chunk size. And because they're static, I like to add the class name in front of it just so I get a good indicator of, hey, this is actually a static variable. It's not local. That way when I read it later, I just don't get confused. Then here I'll supply it with this. Then I have the next variable, which is this variable right here from the configuration file. And finally, I have minimap HUD size, which I have located down here. Again, this is in draw, so that's actually unnecessary. So just caching these two values, we can now replace both of these, or all of these in here with this, and then replace all calls to this with this variable. And I have to undo it on these two, funny enough, because they literally replaced it on these. So I have to like copy these, then redo, then paste. Silly. Okay, so that should fix a lot of the speed issues there in debug mode. I assume in release mode it probably optimizes that out, but I think this will reduce a lot of the slowness. At least I hope so. Apparently that's where most of the cost was, so let's hope anyway. But again, it's nice to do some profiling and try to increase the speed of this, because in the future I need to test my levels more. I can't have it be running this slow every single time I need to test, especially when I have to jump into debug mode like this. I just can't keep dealing with this. It's gonna take forever to even try something. Now obviously the compile time already exacerbates that, so I'm trying to just control what I can, right? As you can see, the compile time takes so long, so for such a large project that when it's time to be testing, we need fast iteration cycles. We can't be waiting here all day just to try out some code. Yeah. Okay. Should be coming up here. Ooh, we have an abort. Why? Accessing outbounds list time 0 of interface? I've seen this before. Why does this even happen? Get string. What? Why are we in here? On user create, under initialize graphics. Like, this is literally the beginning. What? But accessing outbound item? Does it just not even exist? Like, our data files should be populated with stuff. Content. Size is 0. That can't be good. Yeah, this is strange. I'm a little worried. Data is populated. We have themes. Oh god, finding it in here would be a mess. Like, it could be anywhere in here. Themes is 179. And then it says, okay, theme name. Theme name. Theme name is... Oh, theme name is... corrupted data. Why? Mapped keys. What is going on? There's just a random extra theme. We grabbed it from here? Now that's interesting. Okay. Where did we get this data from? Data themes. Something's corrupting and it's not good. As in, like, maybe, our game pack stuff is getting really butchered by writing to it in the middle of the game running. I'm starting to think that's the case. Like, it appears this is not the correct way to handle this. Okay, so themes would be under... Let's see, settings? No? Graphics? Themes. Okay. So here's themes. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4. So where would the 5th one have come from? Let's see about how it reads themes.txt. That would be under on user create, actually. Because even before all this, we have... Oh, maybe it is in here. Well, data has to get loaded first, so that's up here, actually. Themes config. So let's see about this function, because that's responsible for all the theme settings. So this value hopefully is correct. It is. So we're gonna go under read. File stream is... Oh, you know what? We did change this a little bit, right? So maybe this is what's messing everything up. It's entirely possible. So I guess for the first time, we're going to see what happens when it tries to read this. Oh. I hit next line. You saw how long that took? I mean, it translated it, of course, but... Did it do it right is the question. Like, what if we go all the way to the bottom? Which I don't know if we can realistically reach. It's a lot of bytes. Oh. So there is a new line, a tab, end brace. I mean, so far it looks okay. Just at the end of all this, there's a -1, so is that a problem? But we know what the size of it is, so... Alright, let's take a look at the underscore read function next, because that's where we're going. Let's see how it reads this, because we know it reads everything else correctly. So let's just get all the way to... Let's see, how would we do this? We essentially want it to read until we get down to the end of here. So I guess we're looking for the closed braces. So we have to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closed braces to get to the end. So let's do that. So here's line 0, S token path. I think the best way to keep an eye on this would be... I'm not sure a good way we can keep track of this other than... Because each of these is on a separate line, right? So we'd have to just keep an eye on maybe... I don't know what we would do. It's like... I mean, this was the last line that was read, so maybe that would be a good way too. I just can't think of anything else that we could use, really. So let's do that. We'll just use whatever the last prop name was. So that was that. Then we have tiled, which is right here. And we're gonna have tiled 3 more times. Tiled. Custom back, which was this one. And then another custom back. And then we're done. So after this, let's follow the lines of execution. So not end of file. We read a blank. Get line. Okay. Trim it. Oh, the trim function messes it up. Really? That's interesting. So it's calling erase 0, I guess, 0 to standard end pause? Because it can't find these, right? Like, it's making an assumption that, like, I would have to start from here again, because I want to see that transformation. So maybe our trim function is broken. So I'm going to try this one more time. Let's break out of here and start over. Or maybe, can I adjust the line of execution again? I think I can. If I just... yeah, like, go back to here? Or stop there, wherever? Okay, anyways, this is technically broken now. Yeah, let me just restart the program. Because now it's like, okay, we definitely have a path of interest now. So I like this. Let's go to where we load the themes. Again, we're going inside. And then let's go till we hit this breakpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Then we're going back up to... here, before the trim, where we're reading in that new line. Okay, so I guess it's reading in junk data at that point. Like, get line, input stream must be done. Maybe that's why end of file is bad? Is that right? Like, that -1 is what kills it, right? So it's just reading junk data at that point. So did I mess up by doing this wrong? Is this supposed to be... While filestream.good. Maybe we're supposed to use EOF? Maybe that's what we want, right? So we're gonna try that now. Because maybe I've been using the wrong one the whole time. I assumed good meant, okay, we're good, but maybe that means we're gonna read in more data than we should. Maybe that breaks everything. So EOF might be the right play. I guess we want to know... I like read a Stack Overflow thing about how, like, using good was... It was either using good or EOF was bad. Returns true if the most recent IO operation completes successfully. And then we have EOF. Returns true if the associated stream has reached end of file. Okay, I think that's what we want. We don't care if the last read was good. We care about if we haven't reached the end of file. But that also means, do we have to... Does it say we're end of file if it fails to read? Let me see. If file.bad, IO error, otherwise if file.eof. So that doesn't tell us if it's good, right? Interesting. So I think that's the difference, but let's test something. What if we just open a random file that doesn't exist and we say while file.eof, right? Will it mess up? That's my question. We're just ultimately trying to figure out EOF or good, or neither, right? Maybe both are wrong. Maybe neither are wrong. Standard IF stream test, or let's say junk file, and just put random characters in here. And then while junk file.good. So with junk file.good, this should never run, right? We'll just put something in here. Standard cout yes 1. And then we'll put while junk file while not EOF yes 2. One of two things will happen. Either this line will be an infinite loop, or we will see nothing. So let's find out. Okay, so infinite loop on not EOF. So does that mean we have to say while junk file .good and not EOF? Do we have to do both? That's fascinating. I wonder if there's one that does both. Like we have bad, we have clear, close, EOF, fail, fill. Like, does fail include EOF? Good line, good. Is open, move, narrow, open. I don't see anything that would. Let's look at flags again. So like, so what is fail then? Returns true if an error has occurred. Okay. Let's look at the flags. Not the format flags, but the state. Good bit is no error. Bad bit is irrecoverable stream error. Fail bit, input output operation failed. EOF bit has reached end of file. So we need something that just tells us if any of these states minus the good bit are set, I guess. So good bit is 0. So bad bit is anything that's non-zero, including the EOF bit. In theory, right? In theory. Like, it seems weird that we might have to check for both, in my opinion. Anyways, I'm back to themes here. I'm going to enable this breakpoint again, and we're going to do 5 hops. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So now we're going to jump up to here again. And hopefully it just doesn't trigger at all. That would be ideal. Or not here, excuse me, up here. So we are here again. Get line, trim. Line is once again... Oh, I see. It isn't an empty line. It's a closed brace and then a bunch of random characters. That Y character is the -1, and then after that is just junk. So why do we end up getting all this, is the next question. Is it because our string, quote-unquote, doesn't have a null terminating character? That's gonna be my guess, right? So maybe after we do this, we null terminate it ourselves. Like, I guess that could be a thing. So let's null terminate it to tell our reader that, hey, we're done, right? Maybe do the same up here just to be safe. Yeah, I just want to be safe. I hope we can modify this. Okay, it looks like we can. So maybe this is the correct play. Just to be extra safe. If we null terminate it, it'll know that's the end. Let's try it out. Olix the Dev! Thanks for the raid, and hello everybody, welcome to the stream! We're currently in the middle of optimizing our loading screen loading times, at least a little bit. We've recently changed some things that break our configuration file reading, so we're trying to fix that. Mostly, it looks like we're dealing with null terminating characters that aren't there, so fun. Oh yes, welcome, welcome. Hope you all had a good stream. We're in the middle of recompiling the game right now. As this, modifying this config file literally touches the entire project, so that is a lot of recompiling. I think we got it though. We've just been debugging and figuring out where exactly these issues are coming from. But yeah, welcome. I'm currently developing an action-adventure RPG game. About 3 years in the making. Just a fun little hobby project. And yeah, every day we run into a bunch of different programming issues to tackle. It's being built inside the OLC Pixel game engine, which is basically a rendering library, and from there we build our game engine on top of it in C++. Okay, so we're back to here. We know this breakpoint is supposed to trigger 5 times, so we'll do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to go back up here, and hopefully we don't see a bunch of junk data now when we read in this line. So, standard get line. Oh, beautiful. That looks a lot better. Although the -1 character is still there, I think that can be ignored. So let's have a look at if it properly parses now. So it's looking for this closed brace, which it finds. And that is actually a successful run. And now end of file should be reached, which it does. Okay, so that fixes the theme configuration file, which looks like it's been an outlier trying to be read in. So it looks like there was a minor bug. Again, that null terminating character seems to have been the issue. So I went ahead and fixed that. We're loading in the rest of the game now. Yeah. To give some context, earlier, we have what's called a resource pack, which is a custom data file format that we pack all of our files into. It kind of like encrypts everything. So we basically needed a way to retrieve some files we stuffed into it, but we didn't have those functions, so I basically created those in the hopes of making it easier to read from it. But in the process, we changed the way we handled reading in strings, which led to all sorts of weird string shenanigans when it came to, like, null characters and such. Oh, we're at a breakpoint. So, before all that config mess, we were actually testing the speed of this reset function. And it looks like now that I've cached some variables from the config file, it literally takes... That took, what, half a second? Not even? So that is much faster. And that was part of our loading issues. Now, even though our game now loads faster, it doesn't load correctly. So that is actually the next issue to deal with. But this level used to take a minute to load. You can see now we're actually on the audio loading process. So it takes about, what? That was 10, 12 seconds. So that's already a pretty good improvement. Unfortunately, the map doesn't actually load properly, so that's our next step. Like, yes, we're walking around in a stage, but if you look on the minimap closely, there are these little black spots. Those are all the collision boxes of obstacles, and these obstacles, as you can see, are invisible. So we have to figure out why that is next. Could be many reasons, but before we continue, this is a good checkpoint. So it's a good time to do a git commit before we proceed, because we made a lot of changes so far, so it's time to do that. So, successfully implemented resource pack loading for configuration files, and improved loading speed times for phase 3.5, 4, and 5 of loading process. And I'm just going to make a note in the commit message as well that stage loading is currently broken. And this is release build 12609. Okay. So with that out of the way, let's work on the next step, fixing our maps. So I'm trying to think what it could be. If it's just the rendering, like clearly the collision data's there, it must be the way we load in the tile IDs. I think that's probably the issue, if I were to give a hunch. So what I really need to do is look at the data that we saved and find some data we can attune to and see if they currently correspond or if they don't. And then we have to check in game what it says that data is and see if anything's different. So we have our cache folder here. Let's open up level 4.1 and let's just peek at the data real quick, see what's going on. So see if we can find anything weird. Group 0 contains some of our tiles in game, and this value looks a little strange, right? It's like -142. What does that mean? Is that potentially the tile color? Because it could be stored as a color. That's one possibility. So let's take a look. This is element 0, 1, 2. So element 2 inside of these tile render data values. So here's tile render data. If it's 2, yes, that does line up with tile color. So we would expect it to be some strange values that are kind of unsensible here. So that's okay. That's good. I guess next we want to look at what the tile IDs are. So for example, if we look at position 61441440, let's see if we can find that. I wish it would tell me coordinates. Go to an object layer, 6144. Again, like I said, this is a very big map, so 6144. I want to work on this layer though, please. Just show all layers, maybe? Hello? I like current layer, no. Okay. 6144, 1440 we said? So that's somewhere around here-ish. 6144, 1440. So we're starting to build up what looks to be this tree right here, because this will be the corner of this tree. So that's essentially what it's doing. So we expect quite a few tiles. It looks like there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 tiles associated with it. So if we count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like there's way more than 14. So that's interesting. And then the tiles adjacent to it going to the right are counted. And then one set of tiles down, 2 sets of tiles down, and 2 more tiles there to make it go all the way to here, and then just kind of stops. So it either doesn't consider these connected or put it in another location. Which is interesting because that's not how that's supposed to work. Yeah, it says it's only 120 by 96, which definitely is not right size-wise. Let's take a look at a different one, shall we? Preferably one nearby, like this one's kind of close-ish. 6528 456. 6528 456. That's right around here. So you can see that's the start of it. This time it looks about correct. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we can see up here it's supposed to be 120 by 96. So that's more than 120, that's for sure. So this must have, oh, or I'm just looking at the wrong group. This is 72 by 168. So is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 24? Yeah, that's 168. So that's correct. And also, does the data make sense? Apparently I turned on line wrap somehow. Word wrap, Alt Z. And these are the tile... Actually, I don't know if those are the tile IDs. That doesn't seem right. It's the second to last value. So these are the tile IDs here, which there shouldn't be any duplicates because each one is a unique tile of that tree. Okay. And then we have... So before that, we have different positions. So tile sheet pause. So we have like 936, 192. Why does that sound wrong? Is it really 936? Is the tile sheet that big? Let's take a look. I think it's decoration C1, no shadow. Okay, yeah, let's just take a look at this real quick. So at 936, 192, what do we have? 936, 192. Okay. No, that's correct. That's right there. So I think I agree with these values. I think we can safely say it's being read incorrectly. So why isn't it rendering? Is the next question. The game clearly thinks they're there because we're colliding with them, but they're not being rendered. So I have a theory. Maybe they're just invisible, like as in their alpha is 0. That's one theory, right? 0 is black, but 0 also means the alpha is 0. I think if the alpha were 255, it would be non-zero. Like, even if we're storing the color black, the alpha is 255. So I do think the colors are incorrect here, and maybe it is rendering them invisible. But why would it not store the alpha is the next question. So let's look again at how we read in this color, right? Even how we save this color, first of all. So we save it using the N value, which this is a union, so it's either going to be represented as N or RGB and A in that order. So if we think of it as inside one unit, we'd expect the A to be the highest bit, the most significant bits, so we should at least expect a pretty large number coming out of it. And also the hex oh, maybe this is the problem. The hex implicit constructor, alpha assumed to be 255. If you need access to modifying the raw value, use pixel raw. Oh, now that's interesting. Pixel raw, I think, is what I'm actually looking for. Let me look at this. Maybe I messed up. So let's look again at this. The default pixel constructor of a UN32 hex. So yeah, the alpha is assumed to be FF. So when we reconstruct it, we OR these bits at the very end. This shifts over by 16, so that puts it 4, 8, 12, 16 right here. I think that's why I included that. So it goes to the... Let's see, this is the layout of the pixel, by the way. It's n equals red or green shifted over 8. So red is, again, the least significant bit. So it would be red here. FF shifted over by 16, because we're thinking a hex code, right? It's 6 digits. So yeah, I can see where the color and alpha would get messed up for this, because it's like, if we're assuming we stored it as the correct value, n, like this, but we're reading it like this, we're gonna get some weird stuff. That's for sure. Because when we bit shift over this 16, the alpha values from before, like this assumes no alpha values. This assumes an actual like hex string, basically. Okay, so it's good to know that I messed up there, and that's probably why our colors are read in wrong. So let's change this to be a pixel constructor, or a pixel raw constructor. And maybe now we won't have that issue, right? What's wrong with this? Let me take a look. Pixel raw requires an UN32T still, so I leave that in. Does it just not know what a pixel raw is? Oh, it does. Okay. IntelliSense just being slow. I think we did it. So yeah. Probably the alpha value was being something weird. Messed everything up. We have a fail. Let's see. Initializer list is unexpected in this context. What? Oh. We have to call the default constructor, don't we? It's... Wait, is it just a function? Is it not even a class? Oh, it's literally a function. Is it a static function? Oh. It's a global function inside the namespace. Okay, that's fancy. But yeah, it is a function, so we can't use the curly braces. We have to use parentheses. Kind of a weird idea, but okay. Great. Hopefully, our map loading is faster, plus it actually loads correctly. And if it does, I'll be very happy. We can also look at the loading times of the last few phases, because I notice at least the audio loading takes a while, but I think the audio loading will always take a while. But we want to be sure we can't do anything on our end to fix it, so let's at least profile the last few stages. Like, we'll notice it's probably map related because all overworld map and the starting map at the beginning of the game don't take that long for that part. So clearly something in here is causing it to take a while. So we need to, I still want to profile, like figure out which stages are taking a while from here, because clearly we could still make even more improvements. It looks like our tiles are still missing. Well, that sucks. Maybe we're missing a crucial, like, function call that makes all of this, like, come together. That's interesting. Because clearly the data is there, but not the actual... Any objects that are in here are not being rendered right. So maybe it's time... Because I thought the color thing was going to fix it, but apparently not. I really thought. How about we just take a look at the colors real quick? Because like I said before, if we stored the colors as zeros, then the alpha is 0, right? Is that a fault of us storing the color this way, or is it something else? If the tile color has an alpha of 0, did we just not care about that before? Because let's see here. How did we calculate the tile color at a certain point in time? So... You know what? Maybe we should try to use this function. Because this is where we actually store the data for our tile sets and retrieve the data. So this may be what I want. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else we're missing? Also, we don't need this using anymore. That was a function we were modifying, I think, 2 days ago, and yeah, we don't need that anymore. But I'm trying to think here. If we know the base source directory, like the file name of the tile set we're interested in, we can retrieve information about that tile set. We just have to get access to map tile sets, which means this can't be a header file anymore, because we would need access to adventures in Listoria.h. I think it's doable. I really want access to this because that's the proper way to get information about our map tile sets, which may have modifications done to it. So as we can see, that produces a tileset data class, and tileset data is basically what we're creating tile sheet data. My question is that basically the same thing? Tile set data has our foreground tiles and upper foreground tiles in it. What else does it have? It has the tile colors. It stores the renderable itself. I guess the tile colors part is the only part I'd be concerned with. I don't know. This is interesting, but apparently we're not doing this right. Somehow. Is there any processing that goes on with these constructors? Maybe they'll give us a hint. Okay, so nothing done here. I didn't realize they were just built into here. Nothing done here, just setting the variables. Yeah, I don't know. Trying to just cut down on our options here to see what we have to look at next. Because rendering is a pretty big issue. Other places we use tile color. When we iterate through our tile set data. Okay. That's when we determine the tile colors. And then I assume we store it somewhere. And that's pretty much it. Get tile color. So we do have a global, like, get tile color. I wonder what the pause is for. Is the pause the actual tile position? Yeah, it looks like it. Huh. That's funny. I wonder if I just use that function then. I'm just gonna try it just as a hunch before I proceed with something crazy. I assume it's not static though. Can we make it static? No, we really can't. I mean, we can make it static in the sense of it could be accessed from a game instance. Maybe. I kind of like that idea. If I make it static here, then all I would have to do is adjust the local calls to use like game, because game is a global pointer. So that would make it static compatible. So we would just replace whatever we needed from here with that. God, IntelliSense is really dying right now. Just so many slowdowns. And now it's a static function, at least in theory. So now that we've done that, we can try to call get tile color in here. AIL get tile color. And that will be map name. So we know the map name, at least in theory, the map name is the... Oh, maybe we don't know the map name. Because our load file name is the closest we get to a map name. Do we pass that in then? Is the next question. Because even then, the position, right? I feel like this is more like a post-processing thing, and we probably shouldn't do this. That's what it's starting to smell like to me. Okay. So I don't like that. Okay. Well, let's go to the rendering and see how we do this. Because the rendering will probably determine what we investigate next. So render world. We're looking specifically at the foreground objects. At least if we can find them. So if not is foreground tile, we have something there. Okay. So normal tiles. Then we have empty tiles. Okay. That's not interesting. Foreground rendering preparation. So this is where we do the foreground tile group stuff. Oh, you know what? Maybe the fade factor is messed up. I didn't think about that. But I also don't think it would matter, because then it would be... Unless the tile opacity messes up. Maybe that's also a thing. Anyways, let's see. So... foreground stuff. What do we do with this? We get a tile group. How do we render the tile group? This is just like preparation, I guess. Like the fade factor stuff, but it doesn't actually do the rendering. Tiles with collision. Okay. Foreground rendering with depth. So, tiles with collision. Render tile. This is where it would all happen, right? If we had something to render for foreground tiles, I think it would be here. At least in theory. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and do this. So, starting here, first I want to see what this gives us. This is the only place I think we're calling pixel raw right now, so when we load in, let's put a breakpoint at prepare level. Stage 4. So we'll put it right here when we load in all the tiles. And then we'll throw in another breakpoint under pixel raw when the other breakpoint is hit. So that's the next thing we'll try. Hopefully that gives us a clear picture of what's going on. None of these tiles should have an alpha of 0. So if we find that, then something's wrong. Okay. I will skip loading here because I'm not that interested in it. But we have the same issue on stages like this one. So just something to keep in mind. And then let's go in here. Now this time we're going to hit that breakpoint and I'm going to go to pixel raw. So we're going to get a pixel raw call, n of 0. So with n of 0, we can now take a look and we can see RGB and A are all zeros. So my guess is that when we initially grabbed the tile colors, they were also considered invisible. But then the question is why? So I think my next step is to look at the cache actually. Okay. Also, I have to take care of one little thing, so I will be right back. But yeah, I think this is the idea. Yeah, just give me 1 minute, please. Alrighty. And we'll have to put that in the oven in a minute, so once it's ready. So my guess is that the way we save it is not correct either. Like the tile colors are not set up right. Maybe the way it works, the tile colors aren't initialized till later. That's a theory. Is there any mention of tile color here? Compute mode colors. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so compute mode colors is what does it. And I remember seeing this function somewhere during that loading phase. There it is. But that's during initialize level. So that was way earlier on. So it's not that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, let me stop this for now. I'm going to delete the game pack. And by deleting the game pack, I effectively get rid of all the cached files. Our game will have to recache them. Which is fine. I'm not really worried about that right now. We're going to develop some methods later to restore the cache and create a cache that is local to our like system that we can reapply, kind of like just like an admin tool type of thing. We could be like, okay, we need to restore the cache type of deal. We can do something akin to like, if the game pack's not loaded when we start the game, load back in our local cache. And if we want to regenerate a new cache, we would get rid of that. So since I got rid of the cache, what's going to happen is it's going to have to do a save, right? Because it hasn't generated these before. So what we're going to do is we're going to see what tilecolor.ends are, just like sample variables of it, and see if we can effectively either figure out why they're all zeros or just realize, oh, you know what? No, that has nothing to do with it. Those tile colors are for minimap stuff. So the reason why some of these are invisible is because they've been set invisible on the minimap. They don't render. So this has nothing to do with it. Okay, my guess is these tiles, like, I remember in tile render data we had something called insert tile or something like that. Let me see. There's like insert tile in like tile groups or something. Tile group, tile group. Let me look at tile group. Oh, that's not a thing. Where are tile groups? Where are you guys? You guys are in here. TSX parser. Okay. So yeah, there is a function called insert tile, which is supposed to be called when tile render data gets called. So it's supposed to do a bunch of this, and then push back into tiles. So the question is, do we push back into tiles? Because maybe that's the issue. Tile group, yeah, we do. We just place back into tiles. Now, do we do anything, or do we not do anything we're supposed to do? I hope not. This is to set min x, max x, and a range. Do we have to set the range, I guess? Maybe that's the problem. we have variables here we don't normally set. We do set collision range. We do set range. We set min-x, max-x. We essentially set up the state of our program in the exact same way. So far this is correct. Also, I'll be right back. Just have to put that stuff in the oven. Very good. Okay. Shouldn't have any interruptions again for quite a while. So now, let's figure out what's next. So far we've found that we've been setting everything up the way we're supposed to. Yeah, I don't see anything weird about any of this. So right now, we're actually generating it using the non-cached version. So what I want to do now is take a look at the state of, like, our vectors after we do this, because all the objects should be there, which indicates we're doing something different when trying to load everything in. Like, something we're missing. Because you can see here now all the tiles are here, so clearly something was done here that wasn't done in our save load. So let's go ahead and inspect and figure out what is done differently in that particular loading stage. We're gonna have to examine all the code pretty closely to see what's going on and look for any, like, state changes that we're not familiar with. So tile sheet data is called using get tile sheet. Okay. That's used in a lot of places. Does it get modified? And then tile render data is the tile sheet. vi2d x, y times the tile width. Okay. But for us, we're just saving the calculation, so this should be fine. Real tile sheet index and layer ID. Again, this is all data that we just access later on, but has already been stored for us. Then tile gets stored in here and gets called in this lambda function for us to use. We do a group.insert tile. So could we effectively recreate this tile group just by calling .insert tile? Foreground tiles included. That's fine, that's just trying to sort out the groups. That's all well and good. We just call again, inserting into our list, inserting the tile into a group. Foreground tiles included as a set. And that's foreground tiles added from foreground tile groups. Then we do a standard sort. I just don't see anything that we've clearly done wrong so far. Then we have adjacency adjustments, inserting into groups here, or... So what is split up data? A vector of tile data groups, which is a multi-map of tile render data. And I assume we just iterate through all of our groups from the previous loading section. Hi, are we bug hunting? Yeah, mostly everything looked good, but apparently the tiles are invisible, so we're trying to figure that out right now. It's kind of interesting that they're invisible. I do have a theory. It's kind of a weird one, but... Tile group... Oh wait, no, never mind. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm currently unsure where we should be looking to figure this out right now. So the tiles are clearly loaded because we see them on the map, and we also have collision with them. So in terms of them existing, it's correct. But the actual existence of them is incorrect. Another thing I could try is to make all the non-related tiles invisible, or maybe even get rid of the tiles. Maybe the tiles are being rendered in the wrong order. That's definitely a possibility. So maybe we could try that. What if I just... Let me see. So this is the, like, base layer. What if I just deleted every tile in here? Okay, maybe not delete every tile. But what if I just chose a different tile? Like, let's make one of these tiles walkable, but it's invisible. As a good way to test, in my opinion. Like, what if we chose... I don't know. Let's just choose the lower left corner as a walkable tile. I think that would work for the sake of testing. So I'm gonna go over here and set the class to a tile. Actually, I don't want this. What I do want is for it to be detected as terrain. I forget how you do that. I feel like there's a way. I just forget how. It doesn't look like it's a custom property, though. Oh yeah, I mean, we've been solving problems all day, so... Just more things to worry about every time. Here's a terrain class. It's part of tile set. Is this not a tile set? But yes, that is what I'm looking for. Oh, maybe it's in here? Tile set properties? Class terrain. Wait, that doesn't make sense. So all this is considered terrain? I guess so. So yeah, anyway. If that's the case, which is kind of weird. Why is the entire tile set considered terrain? I find that interesting. Can I replace these? I guess I can just shape fill tool. Yeah, just do that across the whole dang map, right? That would be one way to do it. In theory, that's terrain, because according to that tile set, that's all terrain. So, there we go. We did that. And now, let me save this, and we'll try to run it. I want to see if potentially the objects are just underneath the map. Because that would make the most sense next, is maybe they're just rendered in the wrong order for some reason or another. Because we're dealing with the same data structures coming out of these loading phases. So my expectation is that if we only modify the same structures and then we save them, if we loaded them, we should be fine. Our program should end up in the same state as it had before. So let's see what happens. As you can see, most of the loading phases have really improved for this map, as it takes like only maybe 15 seconds to get in the map now instead of a minute. So at least that much is clear, but so it looks like, yeah, those tiles still do not show up. So there is that, but the collision for them still exists. Like, I just ran into one. It was somewhere around here. I can't find it now. Oh. So it's like, whatever terrain we've made is clearly like on the map. I can't find something to run into now. But it's clearly not being rendered, which is telling me we've done something wrong. A nice improvement, but with the wrong result. So unfortunately, we're not quite there. There's an obstacle. So yeah, like, clearly they're there, just the rendering's not. But I'm not sure what that means yet. Maybe, okay, so here's an idea. Maybe the texture name is wrong. So all the textures that it's trying to load for these tiles is not referring to the right tile. So there's an idea. Because we kind of generate the name ourselves. Like we have... let me see here. Set string. Well, it's set to tile set name, so really that shouldn't be an issue, right? Because that... we do retrieve that value correctly. It's right here. And as far as I know, this is a perfectly valid name. And it is the first value in the list, so tile set name. Prop data gets string, tile set name. So that should be correct. And just to be safe, I guess we could Um, we could attempt to see what it produces, but it should be fine. I don't expect that to be the issue. But you never know. If anything, we're gonna have to go in the render world code. We're gonna have to like force an image to render and then be like, okay, then we can dissect why isn't it rendering based on this code. Like if we go to the place where all foreground stuff is supposed to be rendered, we can force every location to have like a square drawn or something. And then we can be like, okay, there's supposed to be something here. Then we can analyze that. That's probably my next plan of attack, because it's like, why would the render code be weird now? But I don't think it's the render code itself, it's the data I gave it does not work with what it's expecting. Which is even more strange, honestly. Okay. So what am I what was I... Oh, I forgot to breakpoint. I went to breakpoint there just to look at it. Look at the tile set information. So we'll try one more time. Because it's going to read from it, so... Yeah, it reads it fine. Assets slash maps slash decorations underscore C1, no shadow, blah blah blah. It reads that just fine. So let's go over here and let's look at the render world code again. It's very large, so unfortunately this might take a bit of time. I'm going to look for the foreground groups. Foreground rendering. So tiles with collision. We need to back up one, I think. So here's the foreground tiles stuff. We're looking for tiles that are marked as should not be faded away by a tile group. So this right here would set the tile opacity to 0 if the layer is not supposed to be hidden. So what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to actually set the fade tile opacity to 0 here. I'm just going to force it. Because this is where we would fade out tile groups. But I'm just going to force it to be 0 here. That means the tile opacity should be full. Or maybe that's supposed to be a 1. I'm not sure. One of two things will happen. Either we'll see the entire map invisible or the entire map visible. And then hopefully from there, like this is where we start narrowing it down, right? It's like, okay, what is the cause? Is it the transparency? Or wrong image? Wrong tile location? Like, we literally save all this data, so... Now, do I read it correctly? Let me see, because we go... Let me just make sure I read it correctly. So we go range pause X, range pause Y, size X, size Y. Pause X, pause Y, size X, size Y. Min X, min Y. Max X, max Y. So everything looks right there. And the getters look correct. As in they match the source data types. For these we have get real, get real. Get int, 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 int. So it's like, so far so good. Yeah, I can already see on here, I think all the trees and stuff are missing. So I don't think that changed much, if I'm being for real. Yeah, so that didn't do anything. But I assume if we get here that this is running every tick. Oh, it's not. Wait, what? Foreground tile groups. Okay, it's very large. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So we're in here. Okay. So groups get fade range. Fade factor is 0.3. It looks like there is a group actively, like, fading in or out at this moment. Group get tiles is blank, though? What? Tile render data, group get tiles. Does this just return the vector? Yes. So did it not have any tiles to render? Let's try another one. That's kind of strange, isn't it? That there would be no tiles to render? Tiles is 1. This is a lot of stuff that I don't think is correct. Size is 1, 1? Something's not right. Yeah, something's definitely not right. Okay, I think I see what happened. I think we iterated through all these guys. Like, we iterate through every key, including these guys, like group 3, group 4, and we inserted them in as tiles or something. I was under the assumption that, because we have 2 nested for loops now, so maybe this is wrong. So what does this do, I guess, is the first question. Let's back up a little bit. We can go to the main map. There's no, like, overworld tiles in there. Okay, this says a lot. Like, the actual foreground tiles group structure is wrong right now. So that's a good indicator that we've done something terrible. That's a good thing because we've potentially found where the error is, which is nice. So, group 0, that's expected. Get ordered keys. I don't think it'll tell me what get ordered keys returned, but it should have returned something. Maybe I should have started here. Okay. This is get ordered keys for the upper group. Okay, that's fine. We'll reload again. Got 2 of these. Okay. Because the upper foreground tile group didn't have anything, so I'm gonna see what get ordered keys returns. So it should be this whole thing. Okay, so this is the correct map according to this. So that's a good thing. So now we're down to here, where we do get ordered keys again. And this time, there are 15 groups, right? Or 15 keys. So it should be doing all these. And that looks fine. So far, so good. Like, we already confirmed that this is, like, correctly reading stuff, right? So you expect, okay. Oh, here's the problem. New group is up here. So every iteration of key, including, so each line of this, we create a new group. That's the issue. Why is it an issue? Well, for one, we shouldn't have extra groups, but 2, that means that is the latest group we're doing, so we're always putting them in new empty groups that are probably off the map. So that's an error on my part. So funny enough, this code would have worked before I put in this giant extra for loop, minus all the other stuff I had wrong earlier. I think that will fix everything now. That was probably the issue. The data we were inserting wasn't wrong, but the groups we were inserting them into were completely wrong. We would basically read in a new group and then put nothing in it, and then put other stuff in groups with no extra data. So essentially busted everything. And then after this is fixed, I want to look at the last few stages of loading, see if we can reduce it any further. Because when we see that little character move at the end, that is the audio kicking in, so it's not the audio, which I originally expected. So it's something else, because the audio is threaded, so essentially what's waiting for is the audio kind of loaded, right? We'll see. But like I said, if it's taking time to load the initial audio file, that might be the problem. Yeah, that was kind of tricky to spot, but then I've noticed we have like thousands of tile groups. That's definitely not right. Okay. So these are back. They don't fade because I didn't fix that other... I permanently made them not fade. So let's undo that change now. And that will make them fade. So I'm going to go ahead and submit this as a commit, as that fixes... That essentially fixes a lot of the loading time. I'm just going to wait for this to build real quick. Improve loading times. Fix rendering bugs. Improve loading times for tile group loading via file cache. Fix rendering bugs. So this is release build 12615. Okay, so far so good. But I want to optimize a little further because I think we can do better. So let's go back to prepare level. We optimized the minimap resetting. We optimized the foreground zones. So let's now look at whatever's left. Let's see what the bulk of the remaining loading consists of. I'm not gonna turn these on quite yet. Let me load the game first. And then whichever phases we find to be taking a while, let's then profile them and try to fix them up. But yeah, I'm glad that went well. That wasn't too bad, but I'm just happy it results in a faster load time. Because that's always nice. Because I think that was my biggest gripe with running debug mode, is this map loading was just absolutely insane. I'm like, oh, I meant to put the breakpoints. Let me... At least this won't take too long now. So... Like, it really isn't that bad anymore, which is great. It really is a huge improvement. So I'm gonna put breakpoints on each of these, and we'll run through them real quick. See if there's anything we can do. My guess is maybe Pathfinder would be our next look. I don't know if we can do much there, but we'll see. Yeah, these are the last few phases. There's not really much we can do outside of these, so let's just have a look. So essentially, when I run into this, we're going to see how long it takes to breakpoint between each breakpoint. And that'll determine essentially the loading time between each. So that one's pretty much instant. That happens more than once? Oh no. No, I'm just being silly. Okay, so it's as I thought. This Pathfinder one is taking a while. So let's see if we can figure out why by profiling it. And then audio. Yeah, like I said, the audio bit, it's threaded. Like mini audio is a threaded thing, so I wasn't expecting that to be the holdup. So we're now going to profile from here to here. So once we hit that breakpoint, I'm going to turn on diagnostic tools, go ahead and start it. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Okay, now it's done. I'm going to stop it, and we'll take a look at the details. Okay. What is being slow? Tell me. Alright, pathfinding initialize calls get tile collision a bunch. Get tile sheet. Let's start here with get tile collision. So interestingly, get tile sheet gets hit a lot as expected. Unlock is unlocked gets hits a lot. I assume that's for the basic string. Pathfinding is expensive. It is expensive. I would like to find out why, though. There's always a reason, right? So anything we can do to help with that. Let's see here. Get tile sheet gets called tremendously, and it looks like quite a bit of that code is... So this is interesting. We do have to construct like this tile sheet data and keep returning it, and with the amount of get tile collisions we have, that results in quite a few of them existing. Like, it keeps generating them. I'm not sure why I did this. Let me see again. Because that's interesting. So we have tile data I-1 base source directory. Tile data. It's like, it's just struct, but if we know this, we can calculate this, so the tile colors part of it. So I don't know if that's really necessary. It's like, what is necessarily the slowdown here? Tile sheet data constructs a string? Oh, it does. Every time we construct a tile sheet data, we're constructing a new string. I feel like this data exists somewhere, though. Like, why are we constructing this again? When... I'm not entirely convinced, like, I need to do it this way. I guess is my thing here. Because what are we looking for? We're looking for the tile set name. So... we need all that for the tile set name? Like, does that even make sense? I feel like that's way too much. I guess... I guess for a lookup, this feels so expensive, right? Like, what I expect is like, okay, look up a specific tile ID. There should be a map of all the tile IDs linked to their tile set names, or even better, a map of tile set names with a lookup of tile IDs, like a set. So it'd be like a map of map names, comma, a set of map or tile IDs. So you can then say, all right, look, I don't know, either way works, right? Like tile ID to... So that'd be interesting too, because then we can also turn them into string views. We don't necessarily have to store unique strings for everything, which reduces a lot of storage space. This is like, for every tile ID, like every tile has its own string, which is a lot of tiles, by the way. Yeah, like, there's a lot that can be optimized here in terms of the internal data. Because all we need is the tile set name based on a tile ID. Why does it have to do all of this to figure that out? Right? I don't think it needs to. At least I'd like to imagine it doesn't need to. So maybe we're going to design a structure to help capture that information we need better, which will reduce the amount of calls and potentially the speed requirements of this pathfinding initialize code, which apparently needs a heck of a lot of get tile collisions. So if getting a tile collision requires that much work, that's insane. That is actually insane. It should be straight up just a... So let's see here. Break down the parts real quick for this. This is a reference, so that doesn't really cost anything, but first see if it's inbounds. See if the map's an optimized map. Those are cheap. Iterate through all layers. Get the tile ID at each tile in the layer. Or no, excuse me. Get the particular tile of each layer based on that position. Acquire the data for it. See if it is a terrain or not. If it is, we can break. Oh, here's more stuff that I didn't look at. Oh wow, that is involved. Okay. So I didn't look further down. There's definitely way more here. I guess I was looking at the small picture. Okay. So this is doing a dot find. So we're iterating through what appears to be... I want to actually look at the code for this now. So let's go to Adventures in Listoria, line 2840. And let's take a look. So this is under the Pathfinder... Or is this get... No, this is still get tile collision. Okay. It's pretty involved. So first see if it's a valid tile. Get a map tile set. Get the... Is this a vector of collisions? Like, what is this? Or no, this should be like a rectangle or something. Oh. Oh, this is a collision, like a geometry collision. Collision not fine though. So it's gonna call this for each one. And oh, I see. And then there's more get tile sheet calls. So like I said, there's something wrong with us having to call... See how many times I call get tile sheet? I think one obvious optimization is to only call this once instead of a million times. The result is always going to be the same, right? So there's that. So, in other words, there's just a lot of get tile sheet calls, and that is the most expensive function that we're seeing here. So maybe I'll do that first. Before we do any actual, like, data structure reinventing, let's first just cache these two values. There's just the base tile ID itself, and then there's the tile ID modulus 1,000,000. Those are the only two. The results of these two are the only things we have to cache, and everything else follows suit. This is also why the release build, I think, is a lot quicker, because it will realize that those are going to be the same. They're never going to change. Like, internal state won't change during those, and I think it can optimize those out. So I'm pretty sure that's what happens there, but in this scenario, we have to do it ourselves. So, I'm going to say tile data is this, and for whatever tile ID. I guess it'll have to be for each of these IDs, so we have to cache it for each one we look up. Does the tile IDs change for these? Let's see. So we kind of do the same thing for each layer. So we're going to end up caching every tile in those layers based on position. I'm just trying to think here. Once we've looked it up once, we can save that in here. Like, the position determines which tile to look up. So it's like, once we know what tile ID we have, we can just run a cached lookup instead. Because the tile ID to the map will always be the same. But also the map needs to be considered. Does the map change? No, the map will always be the same throughout this whole function. So, but the map may change on a level reload, right? Different map, different. So it's like, do we need a map lookup into a tile ID lookup into the result of said data? Okay, so the way this is done, I think we do have to restructure the internal data structure, because caching here would be very, what would we call it? Would be very expensive, like memory-wise. That's a lot of data to just save around for different positions on a map. That is a lot of data to be throwing around. I don't like the idea of caching that data. I think we should fix this. It's like, what are we getting out of this? Or how do we get the same amount of data, but for less? So, tile sheet data, right? Like, the tile set name... let's see, what are we even getting out of this? It's just... I'm so confused what this function is for. It's like... Here we're getting the tile set name. Okay, easy enough. We make a map for that. What are we doing with it here? Looking up the tile set name. What are we doing with it here? Tile set name. Tile set name. First GID. Okay. So there are two uses for this. Either we're getting the GID or the tile set name. If I link the tile set name or the tile... Which way do I do it? I'm thinking internally, so we have... Every map has a structure containing, I guess, all the... Let me think about this a little bit more, right? If I think about TMX file, I think of it as in there's certain ranges for every tile. So we don't even necessarily have to save every tile. Like, let's look at 4.1. Based on what the idea of the tile is, like this, we know which tile set it comes from. And from there, we know exactly which tile sheet to look up. Which is essentially what this loop is doing, right? But can we... I guess what I'm trying to say is, can we, like, simplify this in some way? So when I'm saying, like, okay, any IDs between 2000 and 2100, if I just submit those, they should all automatically fall into this particular file and return it. Along with anything else we would need, but right now we're just trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to translate all this? Maybe I'll just start with the simplest thing, like I said earlier, just get all these towset name calls reduced, because clearly there are plenty of them. I don't think I could do anything about this one yet, so I'm not going to worry about it, but I will worry about this one. These are expensive, so let's just take this and just pull it out, because we know at least within here locally this will be the same result every single time. So there is that. Does the pause change at all? So the pause doesn't even change, right? Only the layer.tiles data. It's like, so I see here and I see here many times. Obviously we don't need to run it every single time. It's just a very small optimization, but I think it helps with performance, for sure. But then I see the same pattern, right? I see we're iterating through all the layer data here, we're iterating through them here. We even got the same, like, if unlock is unlocked. Why do we have the same pattern 2 times? In fact, essentially 3 times. This is the same thing, same pattern. Iterate through all layers, see if they're unlocked, do that. This should all be combined in some way. So yeah, that would make the most sense. That way, whatever we get from here with get tile sheet applies to every single call of it. I think that's what we're doing. I think the only reason I couldn't do this is because we might return early after the fact. That doesn't make sense though, right? Yeah. Has terrain gets set here. We check if we have terrain. If not has terrain, return. So yeah, this is a very low cost. So I'm not gonna worry about that one quite yet. Well, just this for sure. So let's at least get this part started. Tile sheet. At the very least, I can do this to start with. And then from there, we'll expand. I think it's clear that because of... Let's see. We have return no collision here, so an early return. Found rect is no collision. So either way, these two can be combined. They're literally right next to each other. One is not upper level, but that's not... Is that a big issue? Let me see. One is not an upper level, one is... But what we get from here is the same. this like tile ID, check tile ID. That will be the same no matter what. So if we iterate through these once in a for loop, we can look it up a lot easier. Store the results. I kind of like that, but I'm essentially doing the same thing by doing this. How long ago since I wrote this code for the first time? Let's see. Let's do a bling. I like to look at these sometimes, they're fun. I mean, there's some April 3rds. Some Januaries of 2024. So yeah. Some of this is 2-year-old code. Some of it is 2.5-year-old code. So that's fun. Some of this is from July of 2023. So as you can see, it's been a long time, right? A lot of this is old code. Because naturally, it's like... pathfinding code was introduced very early in the game for monster behaviors, so that's kind of expected, right? Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Okay, so back to... where was it? Right here? At least we can substitute all these, which will reduce quite a few calls to this function over and over and over again. Which the debugger or debug mode will really enjoy. And then... here we essentially do it too. Same deal. Which layer index? Okay. So yeah, tile sheet. Do that here. Here. All sorts of wonderful places. And then one more time, right here. Okay. So that should help in debug mode. Again, the compiler in release mode really helps get rid of a lot of those, so it's very clear. But in debug mode, it would be nice to reduce a lot of that headache too. So that should help somewhat. I hope it helps enough to where we see at least a little bit of a difference. Doesn't have to be much. But I would like it to be a little faster. A little snappier would be nice. And then let's spend the rest of the evening working on... yeah, I will have to call it very soon, but at least we could kind of get started with the whole caching every file now in my maps directory. We already have the code from the a preload standalone app that I originally built, so we can just grab that code real quick and then run load level on everything, so it preloads all these files for us. And then in theory, we should be able to run into any... That is a lot faster, I will say. Like, the title screen was not that quick before with doing the pathfinding code, so that's kind of nice that it actually does improve it quite a bit, so I'm glad it does. So this is much more like manageable, at least. Obviously, debug mode, you can only get so much out of it because it's not going to optimize a ton unless we do the optimizations ourselves, but at least that helps quite a bit. So I'm happy with it. So now I would like to commit this and work on that for the rest of the time. Very happy with the results of this debug optimization. Improve load time for pathfinding loading in debug. It probably does nothing for release mode. I mean, release mode might benefit a little bit if the compiler misses like an optimization or intent of mine or two. So either way, the caching thing is a whole new system, so it'll make release mode faster too, of course. Alright, so let's actually optimize the rest of our maps now. So I want to design two little systems for this. One is just, we straight up like type in an admin command that just creates the caches of every single level. And then I want to also make it so we have another command, maybe it's a command, I think I'll make it a command, that we can delete the entire cache and have it reinstate them in case we mess it up. Or no, I guess the way I can do that is just by deleting the game pack. See, but when we add new image files into the game, we destroy the game pack. So at the same time, we have a local cache file where I'm just storing all of our caches. I want to just like copy those back in. So maybe we'll do that afterwards. So two things I want to do. First, let's make a command to just iterate through every file in the maps folder and generate a cached result. I think this command should also redo all the caches, even for stuff we already made. I think that should be the behavior. Because if we don't want it to be cached, or if we wanted to just read from these, we'll have another command to like dump them back in. Or we already have a way to check at the beginning of our game. I'm gonna put this on 2 windows again. Right at the beginning of our game, under on user create, we literally check if the game pack has been loaded on initialize graphics. And if it hasn't, or wait, excuse me. I don't know where we do it. We do it somewhere. I saw it earlier. Oh, here it is. So if the game pack has not been loaded, we will save the pack with all the new contents of it inside of it. And what I would like to do is, if we detect that the game pack wasn't loaded, we just copy all the files at that point. So we'll do that eventually. I don't think it'll be too hard. Which compiler are you working with? I assume MSVC? Yes, this is MSVC. Okay, so we're inside the main of the map preloader, and I'm just gonna grab that code we wrote at the very beginning where we iterate through all the files inside the levels data file. Now we won't have to do the reading of the levels data file, that's already there. We just need this part. So we're gonna go to our admin console. And we're going to add a command. Let's just call this slash generate. Let's call it slash generate cache. And it requires no args. It'll just run. And maybe we'll just say console out generating map caches. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to call load level for every single stage. And if we do that, we should end up, well, that might not actually be what we do. We don't necessarily have to load the level. To be more specific, the way we generate the cache is during loading phases 4 and 5. So if we go back up to loading phase 4, if we were to utilize, say, the loading screen, we go set loading to true, loading screen add phase, and we start adding phases 4 and 5 over and over again, and just change what the target map is, then technically we'll just generate them right on the spot. We don't really need any data from anywhere else, because these are kinda... or do we? Maybe we do. Okay, there's a lot of processing beforehand. It would be very risky to not load the rest of the loading phases. So maybe that's not necessarily the case. Okay, yeah, I changed my mind about that. I'm gonna go with, we're gonna load every single level, just back to back to back. So, there's our loop. We're gonna read from data, or, let me think about this. So where does the level data come from? Get current level from map data. Map data. Map underscore data. I assume map underscore data just has all the information we need. I could be wrong. Let's back up. We need the raw file names is the thing. Levels. Levels, levels, levels. Here we go. Oh, we can just look in data levels. I forgot. So, under initialize level, that's how we would loop through all levels. Like so. So, under, well, under levels, let's open levels.txt again. I like how File Explorer errored out on me. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, yeah, so it's all under the levels category. So we just iterate through all the keys. Again, open up map space file, which is right there. So we just do... I think we literally just do key.getProperty. Because it'll be in there. So we can just say key map file. Like so. Get string. That's the level file. And then it would be data key, I think. Let me see. No. Key itself is just a string. So yeah, it's data levels. Data levels key map file. There we go. And then we do whatever we want in here. So we have the level file. We're gonna open it, I guess. Or we're going to initialize that level, or load that level. So, load level. You know what I just realized too? We have all the levels in the game already, don't we? So maybe we just actually do call map underscore data and iterate through all of map data. Duh. That should be... So this is level name. And this should be, I don't know what this is. Oh, the map data. So yes, we kind of already have, like, the file name has been abstracted at this point. We just have to call level name. Like that. I guess so, that's pretty much it. We can also just not change the music every time. That saves a little bit on, loading speed. And if we do that for every single level, then we'll have generated every level. The only thing I want to do is output that we're generating for X map each time. Generating map cache for whatever. It's going to be get map name. I would have to do like, I guess I'll just say level name. Duh. Okay. I think we're ready to try it. That's literally all we have to do. I just have to add this to our little, like, help file. That way if I ever type /help, it'll be there. I don't know where it would be though. Config? Settings, input? No? Player, rich presence. I don't know where interface? I don't know where the console stuff is, if I'm being for real. Console. Let me see. Do we have like a console here? No items match your search. Is it like in... Hold on. /help. Console commands.txt. Why is it it's in such a weird spot? You know what? I bet I could pull it up here. Console. There it is. Okay, let me just add real quick. Generate cache. Generates the map cache for all maps. Redo all existing maps. Okay, so we're gonna need a setting that says, hey, if it already exists, you're going to rewrite it anyway. So when we call /generate cache, maybe we write a variable. We'll put it under adventures in Lestoria.h. We'll just call this like overwrite cache files. By default is false. Overwrite cache files when running admin command. That way I know exactly what this means, because it's gonna be so weird looking at this layer and being like, overwrite cache files? Why would I ever do that? Okay, so let's go to stage 4. And if not overwrite cache files and file exists in game pack, then we're going to load. And then down here, we're also going to do the same logic. And then when we're running this command, we'll say overwrite cache files when running admin command is true. And then we can set it back to false when it's done. Okay. Yeah, because this one is a very specific variable, so it would be very confusing to look at that one later. So I'm gonna build. I think that's all I have to do, at least for that. And then we just have to let it run. It's gonna take a while. But at the very least, we'll have a constant eye on the progress for it. Hopefully no weird game state stuff happens, like it's literally just gonna run them all back to back. So even if the game state changes to like game running state, it's just gonna be reset back to the other game state after. So load level handles all that for us. At least I hope so. I get to look at the code while waiting, so. Yeah, load level sets loading to true. Prepare level resets the loading screen. Sets the current level to map. Ooh. Food's almost done. Which means it's almost time for me to go, so I think we've hit a good stopping point too. And then we go down here. Yeah. According to this, everything kind of resolves internally in this loading screen, so calling it back to back should not be a problem. We don't have to like wait for the level to end or anything. It just kind of all magically works. It will obviously like do a bunch of gameplay related stuff that we don't need it to do, but that's fine. Okay, looks like it's about to finish building. Oh, you know what? I should probably run this in release mode, though. If I run it in debug, it's gonna take even longer, isn't it? Alright, let me go take care of the food real quick, and... Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just gonna rebuild it and run it in release mode. So while that's happening, I'll be right back. Yeah. It is pretty well designed. I'm very happy with how it turned out. With so much going on, it's important to try to design it well, because making sweeping changes is very, very hard as your project gets more and more complex, and it's like, oh my god, I've had so many headaches with past games trying to make the simplest of changes once the complexity gets really, really high. Mostly because of just poorly designed systems, so with as much experience trying to make complex games as I have now, I can kind of see, like, in the future, oh, I'm 6 months later me is gonna have trouble with this if I don't fix it now, right? If I don't make the for loop more readable, if I don't make the variables more readable, blah blah blah. Okay, so my hope is this just works. I'm gonna actually open up the cache directory in the background, and we're gonna give it a test run. In theory, I don't even have to start the game. I can just leave it here, pull up the admin menu, which I think is F10? F12? F11? Oh. That's a screenshot button. And then should be slash generate cache. An exception has occurred. What? Previous loading phase was not properly cleared. This probably means part of a previous level did not execute. Oh, interesting. I have a thing that literally errors out. Okay. So it just literally did loading screen line 102. I caught myself. Line 102. I'll be honest, I'm kind of impressed it does this. I didn't realize I had this kind of error handling, like, in the console. Anyway, I'm a little impressed. I was not expecting anything like that whatsoever. Okay, so line 102. Okay, so while loading phases dot size is greater than 0. Oh, I see what happens. So I have to wait for the level to load, then start the next level. So how about this? We add a while loop? No. Let's do it this way. We can't really sit in a while loop, so it's like it's more like we have to queue all these levels up for loading and then pop them from the queue as we load them until they're all done. So yes, let's go ahead and do that then. Let's make a standard queue. Really just a vector, but I want to use a queue specifically so I can just, because I just need to pop from the top. That's really all I have to do. Or from the bottom, whichever way you look at it. It's gonna be a queue of, I guess, levels? Yeah, levels. Standard string. Or I guess you can, if you want to be specific, map name. Level caches to run. Okay. When this is filled, the game will continuously load levels from this container until the container is empty. Okay. So, we're basically gonna say that for loop, put all these levels in a cache. So, I think it's just push or in place, same thing. Push. Oh. I'm gonna have to call it here for now. I think I'll finish this tomorrow, but we're pretty much done. We're almost there. Functionally it works, just have to finish it, right? But we're out of time for today, so it's getting late. But this is a good stopping point. I'm glad we got what we did done today. I'm really excited, because that just makes loading a lot faster. Yeah, you have a good night as well. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. And for anybody else who tuned in, I hope you all enjoyed. It's been fun. Programming is fun. Yeah. So, until next time, bye everyone.